Stop. Make some music. Nothing here to care about. That Pine Grove Shuffle. I like it. I like the Pine Grove Shuffle. I understand the Pine Grove Shuffle. I understand why all of the people are doing the shuffle. It's it's like sometimes you just gotta, I don't know, you just gotta shuffle your way through the day. Life is hard. Life is not getting any easier, people. It's getting hectic out here, and sometimes you just do. I gotta shuffle my way through this day because it's rough. So I understand a Pine Grove Shuffle. Hey, Pine Grove Shuffle. This is not Pine Grove, but I like that Pine Grove Shuffle. It's my own little thing. You know what I mean? It's my own little happy place music. Happy place music. We need a happy place. We need a happy place, don't we? Can I be happy? I have to be surly all day. I can't be happy. Yeah, screw you guys. I'm gonna be happy. I'm happy. You know what? I just got done watching The Witcher, season 2. I enjoyed it. It got a little sultry at the end. I wasn't really with that. Plus, Yasuke kissed the man, and I just fast forward through that. I was like, why Netflix? Why? I don't want to see that. Why Netflix? Netflix. Just this all-inclusive homo bullcrap. I just can't with you guys. Just why? Why Netflix? I don't want to see it. Yasuke, y'all gave Yasuke the bird. Why? That universe. Hey, she's beautiful, ain't she? Oh my goodness. Some of these shows I gotta stop watching because they're so simple. Just sin. Good storylines, but just not spiritually healthy. Not at all. They're really not there to help out your spirit. So, anyways, that's my rant for the day. It's my happy music, though. It's my happy place music. you're going through something, you need a little something to get you from not being verklempt. Hey, what's going on? Nat was having that. The Dreamer. Natalie the Dreamer. Nat the Dreamer. What's good? What'd you dream about this time? Me and 100 women on an island, running about lawlessly, strewn about in our leaf underwear. What was I doing now? I'm always doing something bad in your dreams. It's always something with me. Was I frolicking? Was I frolicking with harlots again? Just godlessness? Was I licking toes this time? Always doing something bad in your dreams. Something's always bad. I'm a bad guy in your dreams. What did I do this time? Who did I do it to this time? Some unassuming woman casually wandered into my boudoir, and I had my way with her. Some unassuming woman, innocent. Something about January. Oh my goodness, now we're doing dates. I'm always the bad guy. I did something. You ever notice that you're always with me in these dreams? You're not just watching, you're involved. I just want you to know that. Who's ever telling you about me in the dreams, you're there, you're involved, you're in it. I just want you to know, princess, you're part of this whole thing, so I want you to wake up to that. She's like, Makeup Beat, I already know, it's my channel. My channel. You mad now? Yeah, you mad. No, it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Oh, don't. Hey, yeah, you're involved. Right there with me. You are my partner in crime. You're my partner in crime. Oh, what makes Wolverine great? He can live through just about anything. He was eaten and was completely done, and he came back. The only thing that kills Wolverine is Wolverine. That's what makes him great. Eventually he dies because his body is full of poison. His body's full of poison. Animanium is poison. And it eventually kills him. Because animanium is covering his bones, but if you know anything about metals, when it comes to the inside of certain things, metal starts to give off toxins within the blood, and that's what happened to Wolverine. The metal in his bones gave off toxins in his blood, and his blood, even though it could heal itself, it couldn't constantly fight all of that, so eventually it aged him, and he pretty much died of like cancer. That's what happened. His age and the constant fight just killed his healing factor. That's how he died. That's how he died. That's what's so great about Wolverine. Good story arc, though. I like the story arc. Give him something, because he's lived through so much. What kind of beat am I making? Or am I just making one? How did he become Wolverine? Well, his name is Jim Howlett, or Hewlett. He's born in the 1800s. And when he found out he was a mutant, he was rejected by his father. He eventually killed him because his bones came out of his body and he gutted his dad. I'm going to use this. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But he killed his dad, right? Once his people saw what he was, and he saw what he was, he took off. He kind of wandered around in the woods, eating what he could, like an animal. Eventually, he was caught up to by the government, who also knew what he was, and they invited him to work with them. And that's what he did. He worked as a military operative in World War II. So if you ever heard of the Howling Commandos, which is linked to Captain America, Jim Howlett was on the Howling Commandos. This is how come him and Captain America know each other. Because he was in World War II, just like Captain America was in World War II, except he wasn't known as Wolverine in World War II. He was just Jim Howlett. But Captain America didn't even know he was a mutant, of course, until he saw him, in 2000 or whenever Captain America came back. Then he realized, oh, okay, something's going on with him. So he was with the Howling Commandos. And then what he did was he betrayed his team because he wasn't an all-out killer. But his whole team was full of killers. There was Zero, who was an Asian dude. There was there was a bunch of them. There was a guy who can disappear and reappear. There was his arch enemy, who was Sabretooth. Sabretooth and Wolverine are not brothers. They're enemies, though. But they're enemies because Wolverine killed Sabretooth's brother. Didn't know it was his brother. So that's why they hate each other. Anyways, so he stopped working with the government because they were going to slaughter a bunch of people. And he's like, I'm not doing it. And he tried to stop them. They jumped on him. Once he got away, he just, went away and did his thing until Professor X caught up to him. But he was actually sent to kill Professor X. Professor X, taught him, pretty much, hey, you don't have to do this. And then somewhere in that timeline, the government, the Weapon X program, which is not the government, but they caught up to him. And it was kind of an evil doctor who caught up to him and tricked Wolverine into being pretty much a lab rat. And they put adamantium in Wolverine's body. Once Wolverine found out what happened, pretty much they would send him out on raids and have him kill certain people, but it was all brainwashing. So they called him Weapon X, but Weapon X actually means Weapon 10. Weapon X means Weapon 10, and there are a bunch of other weapons. there were also the U-Men. So anyway, so once he was involved in that type of program, he didn't know he was being brainwashed. They even tricked him in believing he was married to a woman named Silver Fox. Silver Fox is a woman who has, and Deadpool was on that team he was on too. But Silver Fox has the ability to control your emotions. So if Fox touches you, she can make you feel any kind of way. Anyway, he pretty much thought that found out that Silver Fox was not really in love with him. She was part of the whole program. Even the place he lived in, it was all a lie. And then one day, Sabretooth was sent to pretty much, destroy him. And he went up in the woods and found him. And, they got into it again. He killed Silver Fox and, pretty much ripped Wolverine up. But, you just can't kill him like that. So he found out the whole program was a lie. He went and started hunting down the program, people in the program. And that's why every time they show Wolverine, he's so angry because he has a beef with people who put metal into his body. He didn't ask for that. He was tricked into it. And also the metal that's in his body is killing him. He's always in pain. So when those knives come out, they're actually bone claws. But when the knives come out, it hurts him. So when he shoots like that, it's actually cutting him. But his healing factor is so quick that it heals up, really fast. So he's the best there is at what he does. But a lot of things that he has done, he was sent to do because he was brainwashed into doing it. Yeah. He didn't want to be a killer, but they made him a killer. And a lot of people he killed, he doesn't even remember. He's like, I don't remember killing those people. So there's a lot of people who got issues with him because he killed somebody. And after he got out of the program, he actually went to Japan. And he wanted to study how to calm himself. Wolverine's whole trip in his life is figuring out how to calm the beast that's within him. So he went to Japan. And he went to a master of, martial arts, and he learned how to calm himself. And they ended up tricking him because they were a group called The Hand. And they were in all kind of nefarious things. And there was a woman he fell in love with named Noriko. Noriko ended up getting cybernetics done to her body too. And she was in love with him, but he left her. And she ended up being, Noriko ended up being Lady Deathstrike. So she hates Wolverine because he also wronged her father. So, her father was a very powerful person. I don't know if he killed him or not, but he wronged her father some kind of way. So there's also, the way they did it in one of the movies was just pure BS. But they also bring in the Silver Samurai. And the Silver Samurai is also a mutant from Japan. And what they did with him is they tried to make it seem like his father was the one who was after Wolverine's healing, but that's not true. Also, they made the Silver Samurai, the way they made him is almost like an automaton, but the Silver Samurai is actually a person. He's a very tall Asian guy. And his ability is, if he touches something, he can charge the energy of whatever it is. So he usually has a Silver Samurai. And he can charge it to where it can cut through anything, including Wolverine. But the Silver Samurai's real ability is he has the power to cut through the fabric of time. So he can slice through time and come out the other end and slice you in the back. He can literally walk through time, not walk through a wall. He can cut through time and come out another side. And it's almost like disappearing and reappearing, but he has to cut through it. So that's his real ability. So yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that was done to Wolverine during his journey. And he's fell in love with a lot of very evil people, but he didn't know that they were evil. He also spent a lot of time in Metropore, which is a very dangerous place to live. And the person who runs Metropore is his ex-wife, who's not a mutant. She's just a deadly person. Venom destroys everyone? No way. Venom gets hit with a bell, that's it. He's done. One vibration and that's it. Venom loses every sense of continuity he has. That's the biggest problem with Venom. As soon as you ring a bell around Venom, he's done. He just falls apart. Venom is a parasite, and he needs a host. But as soon as you get around a large bell or any type of sound that is loud enough or at a certain frequency, he loses all his continuity. All of the Venoms do that. They can't take the sound. What up, what up? Yeah. Other than that, Venom is a dope fighter, but he's been handed. You know who kicked Venom's ass? Namor. Namor beat Venom. Now Kukulkan. Kukulkan, and he beat him on land. Now, mind you, Namor is a dope fighter, but he beat him on land. He'll destroy Wolverine. I can't say that. I can't agree with that at all. I cannot. Wolverine goes into a berserker rage. He's hard to beat. He's hard to beat. Especially if they draw him with 12 inch instead of 6 inch. Venom is going to get some strikes in there, but if he goes into a berserker rage, he's going to lose it. And that's going to be it. He'll kill Venom. He'll kill Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock will be laying on the side of the road gutting, and Venom will leave him and go into somebody else. Eddie Brock will be finished. He'll cut Eddie Brock's head off completely. You know what I'm saying? Don't act like you don't. He'll cut Eddie Brock's head clean off. You gotta understand. You gotta look out. You gotta look at weaknesses. Wolverine can't do it. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, listen. Venom is not gonna survive a nuclear blast. He ain't gonna survive being thrown into a volcano. He ain't gonna survive it. Venom will not survive any of that. None of that. Venom won't survive. He won't. Not to mention the lifespan of Wolverine. The only time they should do Beast, they should can only do Beast versus Hulk when Beast turns into Beast. The Beast that you see isn't fully fledged. The thinking Beast, just blue and he can still think. He's a professor. He's not the full-fledged Beast. Yeah, he's not the full-fledged Beast. There's only one time Beast actually turned into Beast, and that's because of another mutant got a hold of him. And what he did is he amped his powers up to his apex. Beast lost all consciousness of who he was, ran into the woods, and started destroying anything. And nothing could touch him, not even the Wang Dingo. Nothing could stop him. He was super fast, super strong, but he was completely out of control until somebody brought him back. That's when he was the Beast. Don't happen once. Who wins? Who wins out of the Beast and the Hulk? The Hulk. The Hulk got upset and ate 8 nurses. 8 of them. 8 nurses, he ate them. No match. There's no match. There's no match. You can't really mess with the Hulk. Only thing you can do with the Hulk is try to burn out his healing factor. You have to eat through his healing factor. Once you eat through his healing factor, you can't heal anymore. Then you can beat him. You have to burn him out through sediments and kind of dope him up and make him go to sleep. Other than that, you're not going to beat him. Or wait until he gets older. Maestro is harder to beat. Well, he's not as hard to beat, but he's the old man Hulk. But he's running around like a gangster. Well, you keep asking me questions, I'm going to keep answering you. And then the Hulk well, we all know that there is more than one Hulk. There's A-Bomb, there's the Red Hulk, but the Hulk himself actually has, for one, different sizes. He's 8 foot when we most see him in the movies, but he actually grows to 12 foot when he gets completely pissed off. Also, the Hulk changes colors. The Hulk has 3 different colors. He has red, green, and gray. The gray Hulk does the most damage. The red Hulk is the most angry. The green Hulk is the most subdued. But the gray Hulk does the most damage, but you can kill him faster. Because, he does the most damage, but something about his body, if you can get to him. But that's when he does the most damage. He's mostly invulnerable, but, the green Hulk, you can still reason with him, but, he still ate 8 nurses. And the red Hulk is when he's the most angry. So, yeah. And so what they did was they made Thunderbolt Ross. They made him the Red Hulk. So that's actually coming up. Except the Ross that we've seen in the last movie with Liv Tyler, the guy who played her dad, Thunderbolt Ross, he actually died in real life. So now they actually have to have another Thunderbolt Ross. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, Thunderbolt Ross is gonna be the Red Hulk. Well, he's supposed to be the Red Hulk. So I don't know who's gonna play Thunderbolt Ross. Just like we don't know who's gonna play the Hulk. We don't know if Ruffalo's who's gonna play the Hulk. We hope so, because he's damn good Hulk. Damn good Hulk. But they messed up when they made the She-Hulk series. Because they made the Hulk seem like he was this okey doke goofball that he never was in the comics. The Hulk was never feminized in the comics. Never. As a matter of fact, it went the opposite way. The Hulk turned into a gangster, a literal gangster. As a matter of fact, they didn't even do Worldbreaker Hulk yet. Where the Hulk went to Sakaris, so the Hulk got upset, right? And the Avengers were trying to figure out what to do because he was tearing everything up. So they trapped him. Reed Richards, this is when the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, they all got together. They trapped him and put him on a spaceship, sent the spaceship just, boom, outward, right? That spaceship went off course, went into another planet, and that's when you seen the Hulk fighting with Thor. But actually, okay, so when you see the movie where Hulk was fighting against Thor, there's so many things wrong with that. For one, he wasn't really fighting against Thor. He was fighting against Beta Ray Bill. Beta Ray Bill is the other Thor. That's who the Hulk actually fought with. He didn't fight with, the Thor from our time. He fought with the Beta Ray Bill Thor. And I was just so disappointed because I don't remember seeing that. But nonetheless, they put him basically almost in like Mojo World, and it's like, wait a minute, where did this come from? This is wrong, because when he was on the spaceship, he actually went to Sakaris, and that's when he met his woman, who actually beat him in a fight. She beat him in hand-to-hand combat because she has this superhero passed down strength, but she beat him in hand-to-hand combat. And then there's just a whole story behind that. So they kind of messed up everything for us. But actually, when he returns, he's Worldbreaker Hulk, and he comes back and he kills everyone on the planet. He kills everything on the planet, and he's left by himself. And then he gets into it with I think it's either Ultron, and I think he has to deal with him. And then he's out in the wilderness, and the planet completely terraforms. It changes because there's no humans, and basically the insects take over, and that's who he has to fight against. The Hulk ends up fighting against the insects, and guess who wins? The insects, namely giant cockroaches. So cockroaches spread by the multi-billions all over the planet. And they, of course, eat all the dead people. But also, what happened is the Hulk would go to like where there was a volcano, where it was like warm, and what happened is these roaches would they would eat him because he's a high energy source. And so he'd fight against them, but they would eat him, and then he would spawn again, and then they eat him and spawn again. And he just went through that until he found that there were other people who actually survived. And one of them is Wolverine's son, Daken. And then there were other survivors. So yeah, there's a whole storyline there. Wolverine was alive too. So you guys got me on this. I like this right here. Oh, I like this right here. Let's see what I got. Oh, I got a channel spreader, exciter. What else am I supposed to have on it? I like this. Let me put a Oh, this is so writable. That's very writable. Yeah, Daken, who is Daken's a killer. Him and Wolverine are alive, and Daken hates Wolverine, who's his dad. And the Hulk has a son too, and his son's alive. So yeah. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the yeah, Daken the Killer. Wolverine also has he doesn't have a daughter, but there's a Weapon 11 or something like that, where they clone the female. So, yeah. Little space designer. Yeah. And Daken and the Hulk's son, they actually got along. They were supposed to fight, but they actually got along. And they both have different powers than their parents. The Hulk's son actually has magical powers because his mother had magical powers. But he's also super strong and all this. But he has these magical powers. He can do stuff to you without even hitting you. So he's super dope. But they don't do enough of that. You know, I'd like to see more of those two. But they would have to do like two or three more movies just to get to, you know, the world ending and Ultron coming back and controlling the world and people hiding from Ultron and him slaughtering everything. Ultron doesn't die like they did him in the movie. He doesn't die from the Vision ending him and killing the last Ultron. You cannot kill Ultron. He doesn't. Ultron is a construct. As long as there's AI anywhere, Ultron is a consciousness. He's everywhere. And eventually he takes over the whole planet and he has all these robots. And I mean, they don't do the comic books justice, but I understand what they're doing. But you know, there's a budget. But Ultron World was also Lady M. She created her own world. They had a series, but they made her own world like on Earth, and it was just this little town. No, she created a whole planet. She created her own world. You don't know who Lady M is? That's help me out. Lady M is help me out, Hardaway. She's Pietro's sister, the Scarlet Witch. But when she becomes Lady M is when she creates this whole another world. A whole world. Bro, you're going to need a channel just primarily dedicated to the comics and cartoons because you know all this I've been reading them for a long time. I stopped reading them a while ago, though. I just remember all of it because I was in it. I was the first to get the new editions. I still have them. I was riding my bike down to the comic store and spend hours chopping it up on the possibilities and this, that, and the third. I was deep. I was in it, bro. Until I realized none of this is true. And then I gotta find something else to do. But it was very sciencey and nerdy, so I loved it. I like that nerdy. I like that level of nerdiness. And I mean, we would argue the comic books and then break it down to a science and then start looking at it scientifically. Like it was very real to us. Like how this and who could do this to who and this, that, and we were bringing every character and we start analyzing them inside and out metabolically, speed and, bloodlines, blood. I mean, we got into it. And eventually, and the reason why we were so into it, because we were looking at what we are actually made of. And, so it spilled into the real world. And that's why we were so argumentative about it. And none of us were scientists, but we were like, no, this is not possible, blah, 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 blah. Because we even talked about, listen, like I said, there's novels. There are even characters that they were non-combative characters, but they had super abilities. And some of them didn't have super abilities, but they were aiding the X-Men and all of the people who were metahumans. There was a group of healers, and they were like doctors and physicians and EMTs and that, but they specifically catered to X-Men and metahumans. They had this whole, like if one of the metahumans got hurt, you call these people and they'll come pick them up and take them because they were just so used to caring for them. They knew exactly what they needed, but if they went to a regular hospital, that metahuman might not make it. So these people would call, and you call them, they come pick them up, boom, pick them up, and they'd be out of there. And it's in the comic books. It was a group of physicians and, and all this other stuff. So it just got very interesting to us. That's why we were all like, wow, they're, adding in this, that, and the third. And there's just so many branches to it, but the real thing that got us was we started seeing metahumans in real life. And this is one thing that made the comic books not comic books anymore. Yeah, be careful in Texas. Even the water is like 90 degrees in some places. But we started seeing metahumans in real life. And so now if you go on YouTube, you can see Stan Lee presents, and it'll have people going and finding people who have extraordinary abilities. And you'll find people who are, magnetic. They can stick things to the body. You got one guy who you could hit him with anything and it wouldn't budge him. He even had a cannon shot into his stomach and it did nothing to him. You got one guy who's glass. You got another girl who can start fires with her mind. You got another girl who thinks whatever her mother thinks. You have these two twins that went and took a college test, and they got flying colors on the test. And then the professors, he failed them. He's like, I'm kicking both of you out. And it's like, because you two were cheating, even though it wasn't even possible for them to cheat. Found out that they both knew what each other was thinking. They got the same score on the same test. So you start looking at all of these, metahumans, you're going, wait a minute, is some of this true? And that's when it really started hitting us. Like, okay, like really what's going on here? Where are they getting this information from? Stay hydrated. Yeah. got a postal worker who died. Black man, he was 66 years old. Last week in Texas. He was on his route and he died on his route of heat exhaustion. He just fell out. So now they're implementing a law for all postal workers because he couldn't get any, he couldn't get out of the heat. Yeah, he couldn't get out of heat. So, there's no doors on the, so there's no AC, no nothing. So they're implementing like brakes or something like that. So they're trying to do something about that. But it's very, very sad story. Amazon workers too. Yeah, anybody who's out there, delivering and they can't close the doors, they have to implement these breaks that they have. But what's really something, I talked to our postal worker and she says they can't stop anywhere too long because they're being monitored. So something's going to give. Something's going to give because they pay the Amazon or UPS workers more if they get the route done faster. But now that this death has happened, they're just like, well, we don't want people dying because they can turn around and sue us. So now we have to do something about that. Something's gonna give. They better be careful. Yeah. Because you can't be killing people just to get your packages out for your bottom line. You can't do it. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna give. Something's gonna give. Talk about the storm. I did a whole video about the storm. Oh, can I talk about Storm Aurora? Yeah, I actually know a woman named Aurora. Yeah. Storm is okay. So Storm is African, right? We're talking notes. Storm is African, right? But Storm is African, and when she was younger, all right, so let me get this right. Y'all got me thinking. Okay, so Storm is African. She actually grew up on the streets of Cairo. She's very poor. She was a thief. Storm grew up as a thief. So when she was a little kid, she was very, very poor and abandoned. And she's a thief. Storm also has a brother. Her brother's name is Mizrahi. And he's actually a mutant too. He has super speed. So yeah. When you look at the videos of the Shadow, I forgot what that being is called, but it actually went after Mizrahi because it was going after Storm. But yeah, he has super speed. And he's very young too. But anyways, so when Storm was young, like 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, she was a thief. So she ran with a crew of thieves in Cairo. Anyway, so she uh, was basically, taught how to steal to survive. Uh, in where she's actually from, the people feared her once she found out she was a mutant. The people were afraid of her because they thought she was a witch, and some of them call her a weather witch, but other people call her a goddess. So she's actually worshipped in Africa in some places. But this didn't happen until, of course, she got older and found out what she really was. Uh, Storm is sought out a lot by villains, especially spiritual villains, because Storm has the ability to actually change the planet. If Storm goes completely out of control, she can actually control the weather system of the actual planet. But it's something has to get in her in order for her to boost her power to do that. So she has to be completely out of control and controlled by something else in order to make her be that destructive. But nonetheless, so uh, I'm not sure how the X-Men found her, but like I said, even before she was an X-Men, she was in Africa. People did fear her, and other people worshipped her. But they called, like I said, they called her a witch. And she's also a princess. So this is when you see her and the king of Wakanda. They have a love thing that's going on, and but they actually didn't get together and get married till like years later. But they're both African deities pretty much. Yeah, this whole thing where they killed off the king of Wakanda is just ridiculous. You cannot kill him off. You can kill off the person, but you can't kill off the icon of what he is. There's always another warrior who takes the mantle, and it's not a female. It's always a man. Siri took it at one point, but she didn't stay that way. It's kind of like Tony Stark's wife. She put on the Iron Man outfit at one point, but she is not considered, Iron Man. You know what I mean? Yeah, so Storm got with Professor X because Professor X wanted to help her control her powers. Storm's biggest fear is going out of control. Here, the thing about Storm is when okay, for one, Storm cannot fly. She actually coasts on the wind. So she creates the wind and the wind picks her up. She can't just jump off of something and just start flying. She creates the wind and then the wind picks her up and she soars on the wind. So that's her ability. It's kind of like Banshee. Banshee's abilities is he can't just fly like Superman can fly. You know what I'm saying? He can just, fly. And there's some, science behind what Superman can actually do, and the reason why Superman can hold like airplanes and stuff like that, because Superman actually creates his own gravity field. That's the reason why he can fly. This is also the same reason why, if you ever seen The Boys, the one dude in The Boys, the Superman-like character, when they showed him, trying to save the plane, he says, "I can't save this whole plane because I'll grab the front of it and it'll go tits up. It'll just turn over." He's like, "I can't save the whole plane," because he doesn't create a gravity field. Superman creates his own gravity field. This is why he's able to control things, because it's wrapped in his gravity field once he touches it. Just some, little sciencey stuff for you guys. But Banshee, he creates sound and he rides upon the sound waves. So if Banshee's mouth is closed, he can't fly. He can't do anything, as a matter of fact. So this is how the Toad beat Banshee before. He just spit some stuff out and covered his mouth. That was the end of Banshee. He couldn't do anything. Banshee has to open his mouth in order to create vibrations, and he soars along the vibration. Storm creates wind, and the wind picks her up, and she flies upon the wind. So this is why you don't see Storm flying at Mach 2, Like Captain Atom can fly at Mach 2. You don't see Storm flying at Mach 2 or anything. Another thing about Storm is when she does fly and her eyes turn gray and she starts calling upon the wind and lightning, it feels good to her. This is a problem because it feels so good to her, it's easy for her to get out of control. And this is one reason why she became an X-Men. She wants control. It's the same way with most of the people who are there with Charles Xavier. A lot of them are just people who are out of control. And they're like, I need to learn how to be in control. Rogue doesn't know how to control her ability to touch and absorb. So what she did was she touched Carol Danvers, and she took Carol Danvers' powers and almost killed her. Captain Marvel is Carol Danvers. The original Carol Danvers was a black woman. But when Rogue was running around with Mystique, she knew she could touch somebody and she could kill them because she killed her first boyfriend like that. She kissed him and he died. So she knew she could touch you, but the thing about it is if she keeps her hands on you too long, she'll absorb every power that you got and every memory that you have. Sometimes it's temporary, but if she stays on you, she'll leech every bit of power that you have. And this is how she almost killed Captain Marvel. She put her in a coma. But she took her power and it became permanent. That's how Rogue has the ability to fly and she has super strength. That's not her original ability. That's not what she was born with. Not to mention, Rogue can touch everybody and temporarily take their ability. So she can touch Wolverine and take his healing factor. She can do that. She can touch Peter and get his strength. Although Rogue is almost as strong as Peter and the Beast. She can touch the Beast and get his super speed and his intellect. So Rogue is highly, highly dangerous, but she didn't know how to control it. She was fighting for Mystique, and she ended up with an X-Men. Scott Summers, his optic blast, him and his brother, his brother is Havoc, who has a blast that comes out of his chest. But Scott Summers and his brother Alex, both of them, their powers cancel out. Every time they fight, they have to go hand to hand. They can't go power to power. They can't kill each other with one power to the other. Also, Scott Summers' ability isn't just an energy being, it actually comes from another universe. So when Scott uses, for one, when his eyes are open, his beams are always on. The ruby quartz stops it from blasting everyone. So when his eyes are open, he actually is a window to another universe. So when he has an energy blast, that comes from another universe. Get that shoulder work, brother. Yeah. Also, Scott Summers does not have super speed or superhuman strength, but he is in peak human form. He's the highest human peak form anyone can get, like Gambit. So anyway, so that's just something about the X-Men, just a little bit about the X-Men. Shoulders, brother, get them shoulders. I like this. I like this, man. A little more to it. delts, rare delts. What other character? What other character? Upper chest. Do you know about Thanos? Thanos is a mad type, comes from another world. And Thanos' world was actually starving. Thanos comes from, there's a whole bunch of Titans on Thanos' world. And what he saw was that half of the people were starving. And Thanos was like, I want to fix this. So he was searching. His whole thing is, I want to fix the universe. So Thanos is like an anti-hero because he wants to fix the problems of the universe. We found out that this was going on everywhere. Half the people on each planet in every universe, in all universes, are all suffering from starvation. There's just not enough, and we're growing exponentially. We're like a fungus. We just keep growing, but there's nothing to eat. So he saw that there was a lot of people on his planet that were dying of, horrible deaths. And Thanos was like, I can't take this anymore. So basically what he did was, he was born with incredible, abilities. He's stronger than a Hulk. He's almost invulnerable. Almost. He has super strength, super speed, but they called him the Mad Titan because because he wanted to, and he actually did snap and make half the people disappear. They thought he was mad, but he wasn't. Thanos wasn't mad. He is very logical. Well, that actually did happen in the comic. Well, that happened in theory. And the answer is Apocalypse. Yeah, yeah. They finally have Apocalypse fighting other gods. But the thing about Apocalypse is you can't destroy him. Because the Apocalypse that you see is not the real Apocalypse. The one that lives on his own planet and he's doing all this stuff and he's competing with Superman. He even fought against Raven's dad, who's a demon. He fought against him. That is not the real Apocalypse. That is a avatar of Apocalypse. The real Apocalypse is huge for one. He's colossal. It's just he's the real Apocalypse is probably bigger than who's Nolan Rad's boss, the Silver Surfer, the guy who eats planets. He's bigger than him. The apocalypses that you see are just avatars. You don't even know where his real body is, and that's why Thanos can't beat him. He just can't. He thinks he can, but he'll always come back because that's not really him. Yeah, so Apocalypse definitely wins that battle. Superman can't beat him. No one can. Well, that's not true. You have people who'd be able to stop him, like maybe one of the Watchers, if they got involved. I mean, it's shoot, Star Fox? Nah. Even though they're about to show Star Fox, but he can't. Sentry? Nah. Sentry fights against Power Man and breaks Power Man's arm. It's going to be good to have the Sentry around, though. But the Sentry is a sun-based. He's like Superman, but, he's got galactic powers. But still, But that's a closer fight. That's a closer fight. Sentry and Apocalypse. It's a closer fight, but still Apocalypse. Go ahead. Yeah, it's hard to beat him. It's hard to beat him. Yeah, most of the mutants are, well, that's not true. Most of them their spouses suffered tragedies. Just like Peter Parker. He's grieving over, his woman dying, his women dying. So, if you just look at the X-Men, Storm is married. Wolverine was married like 3 times. Peter, never married. Hank, not married. Xavier, his woman is actually a scientist named Mira Amara or something like that. She's a scientist, very intelligent. That's his woman. Scott married to Jean, even though she cheated on him with Wolverine. And then there's the then there's the Angel. The Angel, he's not married. His father hates him. And that's the original crew. Then you have a bunch of the other minor X-Men. Well, there's Bobby Drake. Bobby Drake's not married. And then you got ones from other worlds that come into play that join the X-Men in the long run. I can't remember all their names, but there's just so many of them. But yeah, the majority of them are single, but that's because the people they love suffer tragedies. You know, even the Juggernaut. So yeah, you find a lot of them who have someone that they love, but they suffer tragedies. Xavier also falls in love with a woman from another planet named Lilandra. Yeah, and her natural ability is her strength is as strong as any normal man. So no normal man can compete with her when it comes to strength. She'll beat everyone. But when it comes to super strength, she doesn't have it. But she's stronger than any normal man. Anyone that lifts weights, it doesn't matter. She's still stronger than them. And the women on her planet are like that, but especially her. But she falls in love with Charles Xavier. But her guardians, one of them being the Gladiator, he's stronger than the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut, saw him and wanted to fight with him. The Gladiator just came down and punched him. Damn! One hit and it sent them flying into the ocean. So, yeah. That part. I like this little tail. I like it. Go on. Hey, if you have the Disney Channel, you can catch up on a lot of this. The Disney Channel, which I'm about to watch tonight, the Disney Channel just released the Secret War. Well, not the Secret Wars, but Invasion Wars. It's about the Skrulls. So it's when the Skrulls tried to come down and invade. And I know they're not going to do what I want them to. They're not going to involve like Spider-Woman and Jessica, and they're not, because Jessica, that series that Jessica had was the real deal. But if they have like Spider-Woman and they invite her, it is a whole different type of invasion. Just with Jessica's story by herself. So yes, there is a Spider-Woman, and it isn't the one that most people see. Is a different person. She's a brunette, not a blonde. The Spider-Woman that most people are seeing, she's from another world. This one's from this world. Her abilities, super strength. She actually can shoot webs. She has a whole spider sense, but she's not as strong as Peter. Not at all, but she's got extra stuff going on with her. But she is a super dope hand-to-hand fighter. And she gets into it with super Skrulls. So there are Skrulls who are stronger than any man. They're stronger than any human. I mean, they can tip over a car like it's nothing. And there's super Skrulls. Once the super Skrulls, you identify who they are, you got to have somebody really strong to handle them. Really, really, really strong to handle them. So, yeah, and they're very tall. The Skrulls look like you and me. They can change into you and me. And one thing about Skrull physique is the Skrulls can actually survive in atmosphere that humans can't. So we can't live in Chernobyl because of the nuclear blast. But the Skrulls can live where there was a nuclear blast. We can't live in Hiroshima And like if Hiroshima and Nagasaki just went off, the scrolls can move in like 2 days later, and they can just survive there, even with all the nuclear stuff going around, because their body is immune to it. So yeah, so that's the series that's on now with an older Nick Fury. So it's very interesting, the dialogue that they have, but it's on the Disney Channel. So it's not going to be as gruesome as the comic books. If you look at the comic books when the Skrull invasion happened, it is a whole different atmosphere, and it is balls to the wall. It is bloody, and there's no holding back the way they drew her and like everything. Plus, there are a lot of minor individuals who are fighting against the Skrulls. You know, you got Iron Fist. I don't know why they have Iron Fist as a minor, but Iron Fist is a pretty dope character with his ability to control chi. But you have Iron Fist, you know, they're fighting in New York at street level. You have Luke Cage. Luke Cage actually became an Avenger at one point because all of their strongmen were gone. So Luke is like, I'll do it. You got to understand, Luke Cage and Iron Fist are best friends. And even though Iron Fist is rich out of his ass, Luke Cage isn't. So he actually works for food. So if you ever seen the series on Luke Cage, they did a pretty decent job. But Luke Cage actually works for food. He's always hungry. The thing about him is his skin is invulnerable. And they try to make it seem like he can be hurt by Judas bullets. But it's just like Judas bullets can't really hurt Luke Cage. They fixed it at the end where not even Judas bullets can hit him. Only thing bullets do is irritate him. They make him mad. So Luke Cage's ability is he's not as strong as a Hulk, but he can, you know, he'll punch the hell out of a Hulk. Plus his skin is almost pretty much invulnerable. So if he gets trapped up under a mountain, he can survive. Luke Cage. However, can he move that mountain? It depends on how big it is. And Luke Cage's ability, he's always as strong as he is. He doesn't get angry and get stronger. He's always apex strong. So that's what you want to mess with, you know, you're in trouble. He can also run faster than most humans. So he can run as fast as a star athlete, but he can always run that fast. You know what I mean? His jumping ability too. So Jessica drew a Spider-Man or Spider-Woman, and like I said, she has super strength, yada yada. But her ability is she flies, or she has these webs that come out and she can fly. But her ability is she's super strong. Her and Luke Cage are almost the same strength. I think he's stronger than she is though. But another ability she has is she can jump really high. She can also fall from a great distance and land like it's nothing. So if she's on top of the Empire State Building, she can look down and just fall from the Empire State Building. And once she hits ground level, it's just like she's a cat. She'll just doop, boom, and walk off. So, you know what I'm saying? So there's that. But yeah, all of those people are involved in the Skrull series. But if you've been keeping up with any of them, they already had their series all come out. Most people didn't even want to watch the Iron Fist series, but they put all of those series out, and now they're releasing this other stuff. But all of that is actually in one comic book series. But they had to bring everybody's story up to par so you know who all can do what. And now when they're going into, if they do it right, I don't know if they're going to do it right. I just finished my first, you know, I'm at the first season. I saw the first, you know, show. I'm getting ready, tonight I'll go on the next show, but they've introduced the Skrulls and what the Skrulls are trying to do. But they introduced it to Nick Fury, and they already killed off Agent Hill. So I'm like, that's good and bad. because we need Agent Hill. But they okay. So what I'm hoping Nick Fury does is I'm hoping he calls in not the Avengers, but he calls in the like Luke Cage and them at ground level. And if he does that, then it gets really, really interesting. You get to see these other people come into the fray and start fighting against the Skrulls because this is a worldwide invasion. But they're starting off at ground level. You know what I mean? They're not starting off with Tony Stark and the big hitters. They're starting off at ground level. They're starting off at underground and all of this clandestine stuff. And that's where you need the people who actually live there. Tony Stark lives in a tower. The Fantastic Four, they live in towers. The Hulk and all these people, they don't live ground level. They're not ground level people. Not even the X-Men. They're not ground level people. They live in a mansion. The ground level people, are the Morlocks. They actually live under the ground. So they're all affected too. So I'm just hoping they bring some of these people out. Maybe bring out Domino and, I don't know. I'm just hoping. Because then you'll get to see these other characters and what they can do. And you'll also get to see how strong the Super Skrulls really are. Because they're going to come out and they're going to start, killing people. You're really interested in Jim Howlett? Jim Howlett? Jim Howlett actually made a baby. He made a baby with, he got her pregnant. He got another mutant pregnant. And the mutant's name was Feral. as her mutant name. Name was Pharaoh. Pharaoh, uh, very quick, very speedy. She had, claws that her fingernails were actually claws. She could scrape, a tree in half pretty much. Um, she had fangs, very canine fangs, and she had a very feral hairstyle. In the comic books, it shows her with a very feral hairstyle. But when she was first discovered, her and Wolverine, they pretty much was in the wilderness, had herself a nice little thing going on, hidden in the wilderness. And that's when she had long locks. She was very feral. She was she wasn't civilized at all. But Wolverine understood her. Of course, she tried to attack him. But once he pretty much said, hey, I'm your friend, because Wolverine has a way with all feral animals. You notice that he doesn't fight animals. He doesn't fight with wolves and stuff like that because they're his friend. He understands them. Well, Feral was, she's pretty much half an animal. And he befriends her, and then he mates with her, and then she gets pregnant. And when she gets pregnant, that is her undoing because the government found out about it and sent an agent to kill her. And while Wolverine was away, they sent Sabretooth to knock her off. They always send Sabretooth. And so Sabretooth killed her. Well, he it seems like he killed her, but basically he disembowels her. But she shows up. She has a healing factor too. She ends up showing up somewhere else, but he basically guts her. That's Sabretooth's thing. He likes to disembowel people because he's a Sabretooth. But he runs into Feral, and she puts up a fight, but her speed is nothing compared to Sabretooth. And he doesn't even use his Sabretooth form. He just shows up like a regular big-ass bodybuilder, and he looks at her, and he's like, pretty much tells her, look, I know you're pregnant, and I know who you're pregnant by. He says, we just can't have that. And so, they start the fighting, and he doesn't know what all she can do, and she surprises him because she catches him in the face. He's like, okay, like I knew you were a mutant, but I didn't know you could run at that speed, and But eventually he counters her because Sabretooth has superhuman strength and healing factor and senses and all of that. He just isn't the smartest person in the world. But Sabretooth can throw a bus. He can pick up a bus and throw it at like a whole school bus. He can pick it up and toss it at you. So, yeah. But one of his, moves is to disembowel you. He calls it a berserker claw. So he ends up pretty much catching her, and he hits her with a berserker claw, and her gut just falls out. And then he, makes sure she can't, the baby's gone. And he just pretty much rips her up and leaves her laying there. And when Wolverine gets back, he sees, her pretty much, disemboweled, laying there pretty much dead. But she's in other comic books. Why didn't they want the child to be born? Because it's an affront to Wolverine. Wolverine having a child. Because of Daken. Daken is Wolverine's child, and he's crazy. He's civil, but he does crazy stuff. I mean, he's an assassin, so that's why. Because Wolverine, unhinged, is an assassin. That's what he was. So they're just like, we don't want you to have kids because we know they're all going to be nuts. Wolverine, the clone of Wolverine, is Weapon 11. She's nuts too. And in the Wolverine movie, he tries to stop her from killing. She kills everything. So they don't want these, psychopaths running around. So they're just like, we need to get rid of them, but the government is fascinated by Wolverine's genetics, and they need them. They want killers, but they want to control them. But Wolverine and Feral is a whole different animal. It is not going to be controlled. It's going to be more animal than it is going to be human. And it's going to destroy any and everything. It's not going to reason with you. Wolverine can be reasoned with until a certain point. And then he has his rage. And once his rage kicks in, he'll even kill his own teammates. Yeah, Wolverine he's done it in one comic book. He killed all the X-Men. But he'll kill anything once he goes into a rage. Well, if you have Wolverine and Feral that has a child, that child is going to be, 90% rage. It's going to live in the woods. It's going to look like a wolf until it stands up, and you're not going to know what hit you. It's going to be super quick. It's going to be faster than any. Listen, the largest wolf in the world is a gray wolf. Its PSI is over 1,700. Yeah, I understand that. The bite force of a gray wolf is over 1,700 pounds. These things can rip through a femur like it's nothing. They can chew it like it's bubble gum. Like it's nothing. And this is an animal that's 180 pounds. Imagine one of those running around at, let me put it to you like this. Wolverine is almost 300 pounds. It's because his body's made of metal. Just imagine a 300-pound wolf running around assassinating people. That's why they didn't want nothing to do with it. It outruns any wolf. I mean, they were like, no, we don't want this. Because you can't reason with it. All of the cloning they did of Wolverine and what they did to Wolverine, they tried to control him. Once they figured out he couldn't be controlled, that's pretty much it. They didn't want no offspring. That's why they killed him. But like I said, he ended up having a son, and the son is Daken. And you see what happened with Daken. Daken he is a killer. Point blank, he's a killer. So yeah. But what's really something? Now these cryptids that we're seeing, you notice how all these strange things are happening in the world now? All of these cryptids, these ghosts, these spirits that people are tangling with, these demons that people are tangling with. You also notice that if you look on YouTube, there are things that are in the woods that are coming out of the woods. They're running across highways. It's just like, that's not a chupacabra. That's not a deer. That's not a wolf. What is that? And they're attacking people and eating them. There's a whole family eaten by one of these things. They still don't know what it is. There are people who are afraid to go into the water because of them. There are park rangers who are not allowed to tell people what they saw. There are people that are showing up missing and they think they're not sure what it is. They think it's an animal. No, it turns out that there's a whole civilization living in the woods of these super predators. One of these creatures was chasing an elk. An elk can do 40 miles an hour, easy. Outrun the hell out of you. This thing was chasing it on 2 feet. This guy was in between woods and his flatland, grassland, and he saw broad daylight. This elk came flying out of the woods, and he saw, because he was a hunter, he saw it, and then he saw this creature, this bipedal creature come out. Big old hairy 8-foot thing came out, boom, 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 was running after it, stopped, looked at him, turned around, and went back after the elk. Bro. And there are several people saying the same thing. One person actually shot one. He said, I shot this. It was a woman. She said, I shot this thing, and it irritated it. She said, I shot it, bang, and it stepped out of the woods and looked at me. She said it came out of the clearing like you just shot me. It growled at her, and then it went back into the clearing. Like these things aren't stupid. They're very intelligent. They know that we have massive firepower. But they're knocking on people's doors, like literally, they're coming to people's front doors. One creature, there was I hate to say it, but these white folks, they were, hanging out in the woods, or not in the woods, at a camping site. There's a whole family of them. They were at a camper. This is what they did. And basically, this creature came out of the clearing and dragged off the mother and went back and got the dad and the two kids. And when they found them, they found like the mother like in a tree, like in half, and then they found the rest of them inside the camper, torn apart. Torn apart. This thing went in and tore them out, and they were like, "This was not a grizzly bear." These other kids went out, to have the little drinky drink, and they were, in the same type of area. And they had, a little mom station wagon, and they heard something in the woods. They were just like, "Well, what's that?" They're like, "Yeah, we don't know." And they all fixed their eyes on it, and they could see these eyes looking at them like, we don't know what that is. And for once, they made a very smart decision, and they all went and jumped into the vehicle. And when they did that, this thing came out of the clearing. This huge wolf-looking creature on 2 feet came out of the clearing. They hit it. They put the thing in drive. Ooh, they're doing 40 miles an hour. This thing is keeping up with them, and it's scratching the side of the damn car, trying to get at them. At 40 miles an hour, scratching at them. They were like, it's unbelievable, and eventually they outran it. There's also a black man. Same thing happened to him, but he was on the road traveling at night. Sure, and he had to pull over for some reason, and he doesn't know what it would look like, a frog man, something straight out of a movie. And this thing, he jumped in his car, punched it. This thing was running beside him. It was and jumped on top of his roof. So these cryptids are everywhere, and they're coming out of the clearing. Something is bringing them out. And all the things you read about in comic books, well, they're turning out to be true. It's getting crazy. It's very interesting because it's all happening. There are dead bodies in trees. We can't go, it's not true anymore. Not when we're seeing dead bodies. Not when the park ranger is like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Now when we got people all around the world saying there are mermaids. They're like, no. There are mermaids talking to us, telling us to jump in the water, swimming beside our boats. They actually showed some. Look on World Star Hip Hop. This guy's like, what are those? They weren't dolphins. They were women in the water. Talking about jump in the water. It's like, oh, this is on some old, this is just madness. No, it's all true. It's all true. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I don't think this is working. 1 2. That's not working. It's all true. All them crazy stories of giants. People can't ignore the fact that there's giants anymore. People can't ignore the fact that skinwalkers are actually a thing. This lady had a dog come to her door. Little poodle looking thing. It came to her door and she looked at the dog. It looked like her dog. Then the lady, she started filming and she said, sit. And the dog sat. She said, turn around. And the dog turned around. She said, roll over. And the dog rolled over. She said, that's not my dog. My dog don't know how to do any tricks. And slammed the door and locked it. She's like, hell no. It's a black woman. She's like, oh, hell no. That's not my dog. My dog can't do any of those tricks. Oh no, son, something's up. Let's just think if that thing would have got in her house. Just think if that dog would have got in her house. And she found out it was a skinwalker. That'd have been the last we heard of her. Yeah, this stuff is I don't know why my microphone is not working. You guys can hear me, but this. Yeah, you gotta be careful because these things are taking. They're taking shape and they're. I don't know, Matt. I don't know. Shoot, you live in Florida. You live in the home of strangeness. The Everglades? The Everglades is a hotbed of strangeness. Output. Okay, my output is correct. Built-in microphone. Input. The Everglades is a hotbed of the. Whew, it's gonna get interesting in the Everglades. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. It's gonna get very interesting in the Everglades. As a matter of fact, there are some people, criminals, who have, and homeless people who have migrated to the Everglades and gone. They're gone. Let's get it in. I did some triceps, biceps, but I did it here. Working a little bit here, you know what I mean? Trying to keep up. A little try going on. You see that? A little try. Yeah, a little easier. Yeah, just a little bit. You see that? Yeah. Yeah, right there. Oh, look at that. You starting to see that separation? Wasabi. Yeah. Let me fix the track. I'm gonna try a little bit of separation. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Old man still in there. Got me flexing. My bad. I ain't need to flex. Natalie doesn't like when I flex. Natalie got issues. Natalie don't like when people flex. Natalie doesn't like muscles. Don't flex. No flexing. One, two, 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you? All right. You can hear me now, right? Yeah, you can hear me. I don't know why this isn't working. keep on. Imagine you and me, and me and you. I can't seem. Oh, that's better. I love you. Pulled a chord by mistake. No, I can hear myself now. I can hear myself. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. Bass. Bass. Turn up my microphone. Oh, that's really loud. That's super loud. Turn my microphone up. You know, Hardaway. You're the only one out here getting muscles, homie. Nat is in the bed. Nat is in bed. She's chilling. Like a villain. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There it is. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Bed. She's like, I am chillaxing. I'm chillaxing. She got her Spider-Man pajamas on. She's good. I got some Mickey Mouse pajama top. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse gets all the ladies. Got some Mickey Mouse pajamas. Oh, Mickey. Mickey gets all the women. I'm trying to tell you, Mickey ain't no slouch. Got some Mickey Mouse pajamas. Oh, Mickey. Yeah, y'all be thinking Mickey is all innocent. Mickey be getting them. You're like, damn, why Mickey get why is Mickey getting all the play? Because he's unsuspecting. Mickey's cute. So the door is closed, and he's like, yeah, what's good? Mickey's like, what's up? What's up with it? What's up with it, homie? You good? It's the voice. Mickey's voice. Yeah, it's unassuming. You'd be like, oh, Mickey don't want no ass. Shoot. Mickey wants all the ass. He just be playing up. A 30-minute, you did a 30-minute what today? 30-minute what? What's that? A hit? Hilt? Oh, hike. Is that hike? Is that what you're trying to say? 30-minute hike? Word? That's awesome. That's good. I walked around the block today. I tried to jog a little bit too. Not too much. I tried to jog a little bit. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I tried to jog. I tried to jog a little bit today, but you know, I have my flip-flops on. I ain't jogging too far. Picked up a refrigerator the other day, so my back is hurting. Well, just a cooler. I just picked up somebody threw it away, so I had to pick it up and yanked it right off. Dude! Boom! Gotta watch that thing. It hurts your back that way. High intensity interval training. High intensity, that's what's up. You must be feeling better, man. That's great. Happy for you. Yeah. do. It's not bad. It's not bad right there. It's peaking, but it's not bad. I'm about right to this. What you about to say? I was thinking about it. You know, I like this type of tempos and whatnot. I was thinking about writing something about it. Something about the northern sky. Cross my heart, I hope you die. I wouldn't say cross my heart, I hope you die, though. Cross my heart, hope that I. Something, I was thinking of something corny. Thinking of writing about y'all know I always start a song and don't finish it. Alright, so recently I've been thinking about, actually finishing up. I have some songs finished, but I'm thinking about publishing more of my songs. One, because Natalie likes them, and two, because TikTok. Well, there's a couple things. My music is getting discovered. It's not a big deal. It's still. I can tell when my music's doing something because I look at my CD Baby account, and if I make 2-3 cents, I might look and see what's making the money, and then I'm like, okay. But the other day I made like 5 cents, then I made like 6 cents, and I made like 7 cents, and I'm like, okay, I like it, and then I had a nice little 25 center come through, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? So the platforms, the short videos is really where it's at right now. And now TikTok has their, of course they have a music library, but TikTok actually has their own music service. So TikTok is like iTunes now. So if you have a song and it gets on TikTok, they fashion the videos according to what your song is about. So it just gives, it's all cyclical. It gives you more incentive to go in and write and put your stuff out on the music library. TikTok makes more money. You make more money. And it's, like I said, it's all cyclical. So, it's not an immediate source and or a huge source of income. Even the people who have millions and millions of, views and their songs go viral, these guys are not rich. Because the only way you're going to make a lot of money on that is if somebody actually buys the song. People aren't downloading your song. What they're doing is they're using your song and then they're using it for their videos. Their videos are getting a lot of spins because it's a popular song and the beat goes on. So you're getting pennies still, but you're getting a lot more pennies. You know what I mean? And, if your song hits hard enough, like, I don't want to say goodbye, that song, or, there's some other guys who've written some, stuff that's on TikTok and have gone viral. The Miko girl, The one, I will be one of the greatest, blah, blah, blah. That's a TikTok, that's a TikTok chick. Now she's doing concerts. You know what I'm saying? And she's writing really good anthems, and she's doing, like I said, she's doing concerts now. She's meeting famous people because people use that song. It's called the King's Anthem. And so now I'm looking and I'm going, the next refrigerator that I sell, I'm going to invest half of it and just drop a whole album. So I'm starting to I'm looking at these songs that I started writing and stuff that you guys like, and I'm like, it's $130, $140, but and it's a slow trickle. But if I get $500 worth of music out there now, I mean, I'm probably not going to see it for another 10 years, but at least it'll be out there in perpetuity. Because even my beats that I'm not singing on, matter of fact, they're more popular than my actual songs. Yeah. So it's all about getting your brand out there. Well, yeah, it's about getting your brand out there, and it's about fashioning a song. Like, you have to do the science of it. You know what I'm saying? It has to be cross-gender. Well, it has to be gender neutral. It has to be easily digestible. Radio friendly is a big help, because one girl came out with A, B, C, F, U, and your mother, and radio stations were playing it, but it's like the girl is saying F you, so some people don't want to hear that. So it didn't go as hard. Yeah, it needs to be created and put out there. But that song didn't go as hard as the Victoria's Secret songs. I know Victoria's Secrets. It went number one on the charts. This man that lives in Ohio. Its shoes. That song went hard. It went 100%. That was made by some chick on TikTok who just writes songs just to be writing them. But it went hard. So, yeah. There's money in it. So I would love for one of my songs to go and, hit a chart. I'll take the top, 1,000, let alone top 100. If I can my whole thing is, can I get $20 a day? I get $20. I'm nowhere near that. $20 a day. If I can get $20, my real goal is 50. My goal always is $50 a day. That's because when I used to go to work, I used to work 8 hours and I would come home with $51. And I used to always look at that $51 and go, if I can make this another way, just $51, I'll be fine. Which was $9 an hour after taxes and everything was taken out. So I'm still stuck on $50 a day. So Facebook just paid me 5 cents. TikTok 1 cent, 1 cent TikTok. Facebook again 7 cents. KD Digital Market 3 cents. KD Digital 4 cents. And this is all between the 10th and the 5th. YouTube content paid me 19 cents. Pandora 1 cent. YouTube sales 25 cents. This in April. That happened in April. No, that happened in July, excuse me. Apple Music 3 cents. Apple Music 5 cents. So you see what I mean? When I see this big 25 cents, I'm like, what happened? Because if I can get 25 cents a day, I'm like, okay, a dollar a week, I can start, calculating. But then I look at what gave me that 25 cents, and I look at the most popular songs. It's not one song that did it. I just start looking at, these songs, they're all instrumentals. All of these songs here, they're all instrumentals. It's nothing that I sing. People love instrumentals. Only one I sang, and that's, nope, two. So that's Frozen Love, Make Things Up, Trouble. I also sang Trouble. Mamaku Saw I'm saying a little bit. Mamaku Saw is my best one. And Put It in a Pot is also me. Tell You About a Man, I'm also singing. But I'm saying 25 cents. It's like, wow, Tone, that's only a quarter. You don't understand. That's a whole quarter I don't have to go out in the parking lot and pick up. You know what I mean? That's a whole quarter I ain't got to pick up. If I can make that quarter every day in my sleep, and then I can multiply that quarter, you know what I'm saying? That's where you really make the money, is when you sell one of your songs. Have you been slacking on that? On what? Slacking on what? Have I been slacking on what? Tony ain't been slacking. Been slacking on what? What have I been slacking on what? What? Please tell me. Please and please tell me what I've been slacking on. Finding pennies. No, I was out looking today, and I found a nickel. Please don't say it's not all. Please don't say it. Found a nickel, and I think the last time I did a walk around, I found like a dime and some pennies. So, I have to wait a couple days, give people the opportunity to drop some change, then go back out. Kid. Yeah. All right, so what am I going to write about? You know what I realized? I'm epic. I am an epic dude. My music is epic. It sounds like a movie. It sounds like something is happening. You know what I mean? Right about what? Right about you. Right about you, Natalie. Nobody cares about that. People care about loss, Love. Gotta write about something people want to hear. Or it's a waste. That Lion song is actually good. I'm gonna finish that. I'm finishing that Lion song. I can't find it, but I'm gonna find it. I actually like. I like it. I like the words. Yeah. Yeah, that Lion song was nice. I had the whole visual and everything. I might even finish it online. It'll be boring, but I finished songs online before. Yeah, I like this. It's definitely writable. I'm hungry. It's hard to write when you're hungry. Yeah, I need to finish that Lion song, man. I love that song. I don't even know what my words are. Nobody had the color I give. I follow the chances. Yeah, here it is right here. Go eat. I'm not going anywhere. Not going. I'm gonna be online for a minute. I don't feel like cooking anyway. I am hungry though. Last night, told about. Okay, I got something coming to me. Last time I told a lie. Last time. Yeah, I'm hungry. But I don't want to get offline yet. Cross my heart. Let's play on words. What's for dinner tonight, Allie? What you eating? Pig's feet? What you eating tonight? Pig's feet. What you got? Mm. No pig's feet, hog mogs, fatback. Who has superhuman powers? Would this be, I imagine, a couple fighting the world or something like, yeah, see, it's epic. Superhuman powers. I have superhuman powers. You notice all these power movies that are out or power, shows? There's a show called Powers. I mean, there's all these shows that people have powers. I haven't watched the majority of them, but like it's a whole trend now. When comic books used to be corny, now it's like the thing. You know what I mean? Hey man, did you watch Powers? I sure did. It's a great show. Everybody's got powers. They even got, like, Vin Diesel has powers in his car movies that he keeps making. It's like he's got special powers now. It's like, wait, what? How did you guys slip that in? It's crazy now. Let's see. Fast and Furious, yeah. It's like, get out of here. He's got powers. Last night, so alive. Last time. Okay, I'm hungry. Last night, so alive. Rock with it. My bad. I came in rocking. We're supposed to do that. We're supposed to come in rocking. Sometimes it's like that, the old man. I got juice. I still got juice, Natalie. Because I'm old don't mean I ain't got juice. I still got swag. I know you think I'm old and decrepit. Think I'm old and useless. I still got swag. I just got old man swag. I got old man swag, Natalie. I got old man swag. Yeah, I still got a two-step. What's wrong with the world? All right, so yeah, you did. I heard you thinking it. All right, so let me see how far I got. I got one line. Last night I told a lie. I crossed my heart and I hope that that's all as far as I got. And it would be in a tone like this. I'll do a verse. Then I'll erase it. I'll hit a verse for you guys. Get my tonality right. Tonal. You see how it sounds with a little, then I'll put a little magic on it. Last night I hope that I crossed. Last night I told a lie. Let's get back together. Last night I told a lie. I crossed my heart in the hope that I. Alright, let me space this out a couple bars. Natalie thinks I don't have swag. Just want you to know that just because I'm at 30, I got swag. I got swagadociousness. Just got old man swag. I can't, pop lock like I used to, but All right, let me make this digestible. Okay, what am I going to come in? Last night, I hope, okay, this note. Let me see what I'm doing here. Okay. Last night, I told a lie. I smell Now, last night, I told a lie. I crossed my heart and I hope that I. All right, that's something I'm going to sing. I'm just going to see how that sounds. 1 2 1 2. Last night I told a lie, I crossed my heart and I hope that I. Still if I sing, it is muted, and now you guys will hear just this, just that line I just sang. Last night I told a lie, I crossed my heart and I hope that I could be a little sharper than that. I was reading it. Last night I told a lie, I crossed my heart and I hope that I. One more time. Last night I told a lie, I crossed my heart and I hope that I. All right, that's better. I gotta get my tone right. You know what I'm saying? I gotta set my tone. And that way I can. I get my tone right. Last night I told a lie, I crossed my heart and I hope that I. All right, now time for some movie magic because I have no channels on this just yet. Gotta put a channel on it. Gotta get down on it. All right, we're gonna start off with a little Space Designer. Oh, before I even do that, before I let you go, I'm going to put a channel on it. Yep, I'm just going to have a channel. Then I'm going to come down and put a voice on my channel. And I'm going to go for a male to Vox. It's going to sound like this. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart, which is very loud. I could bring it down, but not just yet. So I'm going to put the channel on it. Then I'm going to put instead of a Space Designer, I'm going to put a tape delay on it. And give me some. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. Okay, I'm going to take that off of here, and I'm going to go with the Space Designer. Space Designer is... Some people would go large room with Space Designer, but I'm just going to play with the envelope a little bit and see what I like. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. It's not terrible. Make it a little bit more wet. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. Alright. Still needs a lot of work to it, but it's not terrible. It's got a Space Designer action on it. I'm not going to put an exciter on it because it's already peaking. I'm not going to put an adaptive limiter on it or another channel. And I'm not going to put a delay on it. No, it's not pitchy, so the pitch is fine. Multi effects. No, I think I'm going to keep it right there. But I am going to turn down I'm going to turn it down because it's kind of peaking. So I'm going to take my highs, bring them down a little bit, and then listen. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. Alright, that's not terrible. Turn my highs up just a little bit more. Anyway, so that is going to be my vocal channel right there. And then cut this. And I just got to write some more. So who said what? Delay. Mean by that, really. Most people know how they are. So yeah. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. No one has swag? I got swag. I got swag. Last night, so alive, crossed my heart. I got swag. I'm talking about nobody has swag. Not that. It's Natalie Galaxy. What made you go with Galaxy? Just wondering what was on your mind when you said, you know what? I'm going to go with Galaxy. I mean, it sounds like a wrestler name or something. And coming into the ring, it's Natalie Galaxy. And there she goes upside somebody's head. And oh, did you see that? It's Natalie Galaxy. I mean, it just sounds like a wrestling name. You know what I mean? I like it though. Just wondering what made you go with Nat Cat. It's Nat Cat. It's not that. What made you go with that guy? How do we get there? Last night, told the lie, lost my heart and I hope that I never see you. Never see you. Now the galaxy. Damn, how big. Boom. Damn. It's a superhero then. Natalie, did you ever look up Joanna Cargill and see what she looks like? Does she look like you? She's your complexion. She got locks in her hair. The original one. They cut her hair off. But the original Joanna Cargill has locks in her hair. She looks like you. She's dark-skinned black woman with locks in her hair. She's just mean as hell. Yeah, you thought it was you. You was like, wait a minute. That looks like me. Yeah, I told you. I was like, that's Joanna Cargill. Old Joanna. Joanna was known for snapping people's necks. She snapped your neck right now. Yeah, in the comics, she killed this. In the comics, in the paperback comics, when the mutants took over New York, Joanna Cargill snapped a girl's neck who kept making her fall asleep. That was the girl's power. Little white chick. They were trying to escape. And Joanna was one of the guards. And so they had this plan. And the little girl's like, I'll make her fall asleep and you can run. So she's trying to get her homeboy free. So, she hit her with the boom. And Joanna found herself getting sleepy. And she didn't know who was doing it. And then she found out who was doing it and picked the girl up and said, stop doing that. Crack. Cracked her neck and threw her down. That was the end of her. Yeah. You gotta read the paperback. The X-Men and the Marvel comics is nothing like the Marvel paperbacks. The Batman comics is nothing like the Batman paperbacks. It is completely different. You find out what these people really are. The comics just for kids, but the paperbacks is for adults. Still do. To stay away from people. Last night, so will I. Lost my heart. Yeah, but she used the weapon. Joanna Cargill is the weapon. Love Joanna Cargill, man. I love her in the paperbacks. Read the paperbacks. Yeah, they took the mutants took over New York. Juggernaut is just running around New York doing whatever. Juggernaut got attacked by the Blob. And then Juggernaut and the Blob was trading insults. And Juggernaut was like, I'll run you down. And the Blob was like, try it. he was like, try it. So Juggernaut was like, I bet. He got himself a running start because Juggernaut's thing is once he gets started, you can't stop him. So he starts running at, the Blob. I forgot what the Blob's real name is. Dukes. His real name is Dukes. And the Blob, is this is fully grown, fully grown Dukes. He just planted his feet, boom, boom, he cracked the asphalt, and he just standing there bracing for impact. And then boom, and sure enough, he barely moved, and the Blob took a step back, and the Juggernaut said, he pretty much was like, I respect it. He had to respect him because he ran at him full speed and he couldn't move him. Well, I didn't create my own comics, but I created my own book. I told you. There's my book right here. It's on Amazon. Ain't nobody read it, but I have my own book. But my book is full of characters that are, some are human, some are not. Most of them are not. Most of them are fantastic, characters. But some of them are easy identified, easy digestible. But I have a great story. It's a really, really, really good story. Yeah. I mean, it's called The Sorrowed King. But there is a sorrowed king. But mine is the Sorrowed ED, The Sorrowed King. And it's basically about this guy here who lives in the land of Hien. It's basically a continent, and he is part of a group of kings that are chosen by the land itself. No one person chooses them. The actual land does. And the land chooses who they want to be king by a flower. It's this huge orange flower. That's why he's orange. And if the person touches it that is not a king, they will burn up. So whoever can touch the flower is the one who is king, pretty much. And he is king. And there's actually 6 books. But I've only written this one because I didn't get anywhere else with it. But this particular king, his ability is he can see very far and very minute things. He can't be touched unless he wants you to. So if you touch him, you can light on fire. But you don't light on fire, you just start burning up internally. So you don't have this whole flame. You just start burning up internally if you touch him. He doesn't want you to. And he has 3 children. So in this picture, he's like, 45, 50-ish. He has 3 children. All his children are grown. One of them is, let's see. He has 3 sons. So this is not in color, but this is his oldest son. And he's about the size of a woman, maybe 4'9", 5'1". There are feathers in his hair. He can fly for a short distance. His part of the kingdom is near the Trespin Sea, and it's all a bird kingdom. So he rides on top of these birds. He also has he can sound like any bird that he chooses and all of them at once. So he can confuse a fighter. If somebody is engaged with him in a fight, it sounds like a bunch of people are coming at you. It's just him. Plus he can summon all of his birds, and they're huge. They're like, these really huge birds that are vicious. So his kingdom is no joke, but he runs the whole kingdom. And his hair changes colors according to his mood. And his secret power, well, people know he has it, but he doesn't use it because it hurts him, is if he is in CQB with you, close quarter combat, he can't get out. He will scream at a high frequency. It also hurts his voice, but it will shatter anything that's in front of him. So he doesn't use it often, but he is the oldest brother. His name is Salah. This is the middle child. He looks like a worm, pretty much. He looks like a very long worm, lots of legs, lots of eyes. That's him right there. He lives underground in a place called the Suna Mountains. And it is a highly infested insect world, but most of the insects down there are worms that look like him, but they're huge. And they're all blind except him. And they eat they travel by sound and and all this other, but their teeth can bite through rocks. So they don't eat rocks, but they can bite through a rock, and but they eat meat. So they're meat eaters, and basically him and Salah, they don't really have a beef, but they have a beef. So he runs that whole kingdom under the mountains. And then the third son, who is the youngest, is, let's see if I got a picture of him. Is this guy. These pictures are old too, but he stands about a good 9 feet. I think I had him at 12 feet, but he's around 9-10 feet. And that thing that's on his back is called an Oxet sword. When he was born, he attached himself to this sword here, and basically it is actually it's like a living metal. And when he throws it, there are eyes at the end of each of these swords. So there are eyes at the end of it. So when he throws it, whatever this sees, he sees. He also has super speed, like he's really, really fast. He's really strong. And he's also very, very dark, like his mother. His mother looked like midnight. But he takes after his mother. He also, one of his ability is if he, so he fights on the largest part of the land, which is flat, but it has holes in it. It's like a beach desert area. But that's because he runs at high speed and he comes at you with both arms and he can clip you. But he also will put you in a state of fear when he growls. So he'll growl at you, but and then he'll run at you, but you'll be so in shock when you first hear it. About the time he gets up on you, he pretty much slices you in half. But he controls the largest army, and the part where this takes place is Salah, the oldest one, is going to his brother that lives in the mountains because he wants to join his army with the mountain army and go and attack the younger brother, because the younger brother started a war and Salah's wife died in the war. So Salah has beef with his older brother, but he can't beat him. So he goes to his brother and he takes him and his, about 9 fighters with him on these birds, and they enter into the mountain. And it's a desperate, desperate attempt because Salah is so hurt. They fly down this huge hole in the mountain. Well, this hole is not huge, but they fold and they fly down into, and they have to have great speed to do this. So they climb real high and they fly like peregrine falcons down into this hole. It's the only way to get down there, but they have to use the velocity because on their way down, once the hole opens up, there are predators that wait for things to fall down in there. And they're basically larvae that stick on the wall, and they have these tongues that come way out, and anything that breaks the wind, they can feel it and they shh. So the only way to get past them is you have to move at a certain velocity. And even one of them still gets picked off. So when you read this book, it's the whole story of Salah going to talk to his brother and the fight that ensues on the way down. And once he talks to his brother, he gets to his brother, and there's a whole scene on the way down. But once he gets to his brother, there's only like 2 of them left and him. So basically his brother comes out and he's like stuck to a wall and he's looking at Salah. And he says, I knew you were coming. And Salah's like, I want you to help me go and beat, our brother and blah, 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 because of the wrong that he's done. And his brother looks at him and all of his eyes are fixed on him. And he says to him, "What do you love?" He says, I think he says, "What do you love uh, more than you hate Yeshua?" And then all of his eyes fixed on his bird that he's riding on, and that's his favorite companion. And when Salah saw this, he realized, there's no way you're going to side with me, because I'm not going to let you eat my bird, my favorite bird that he's riding on. Not only that, is his ride out of here. So he told the remaining two soldiers on their bird, he said, we're leaving. So they started flying around in a whirlwind. And when they started flying, you could see his brother crawling out of it. He tries to jump and, snatch the bird to eat him, but the bird turns upside down and snatches him and throws him up against the wall. But it doesn't even harm him, because he can turn his body completely flat and then inflate his body. So he hits the wall and it's like nothing. And they do a circle thing, and then they start coming, and they have to, because now they have to create the same velocity to go back out of this hole. And it's a whole it's a whole story of how they get out of there, but he's the only one that survived, and the bird that he's on is injured. So he barely makes it back to his kingdom, and the bird that he's flying on dies. Once it gets over the kingdom, it falls, and like, "I got you home," but it's dead because it was so injured. So this book is talking about that whole adventure, just that part. And that's what this is talking about. And it's like 60 pages. And it goes into detail of what they're fighting, how they're fighting, what they say to each other, what their abilities are. I'm just not a very good when it comes to grammar. I suck when it comes to grammar, but my imagination is off the chain. So, yeah, that's what this book is about here. And I have, other, if I ever got past this and somebody say, "Hey, I want to read this," and, and they want to know, so what actually happened, then I can write the rest of it, because it's all up here. And I can go into the creatures and who their real enemy is. They're warring with each other, but they're not their real enemy. The real enemy is another continent called Styria. And it's separated by waters that there's an ocean, and there is a breach in the ocean, but the water from one ocean runs this way, and the water from the other ocean runs this way. And it's very violent. So it's hard to cross. And it's like this because the continent of Styria is full of arachnids that are highly intelligent, and they can communicate with anybody. But they're voracious, and their king is voracious. And they sent an envoy over to talk. That's before this book. There was a group of people that are highly skilled fighters, and one of them was the king's uncle. Actually, two of them was the king's uncles, and some other people. And they sent an envoy over there to talk to the king of Styria, and they were never seen again. So they were attacked, but I didn't say if they all died or not. But that's how he became king, is because his father was over there too. And, boom, with the dynamite, they attacked him. And the king of Styria has plans to come and attack the land that they're in. So that is all that is to come. And then that whole fight, I think I actually talk about the envoy being attacked, but I don't know if I got that far. But the leaders of the land before the king is chosen are all called Keldaroths. So there's one for each part of the land of Hien. And they are the leaders until the flower chooses a king. And this king just happened to be chosen. But there's all kind of animosity between the people who live in Hien, especially with Shun, because he started too many fights. And there's him, his father, and his uncle. His uncle had a wife, and his wife is, she has these really dope abilities. She's like a rabbit, but she's like really beautiful, but her legs are kind of like a rabbit, and she has a tail. But she's very sensual looking and very, very wise. But she lives in the land that's like where the mountains are, but it's elevated, and she's got beef with, so there's just a whole lot there, and the people who really have all of these problems. There is, and they all want to attack and all want to do all this stuff, but it's not just people just wanting, I want to fight because this, that, and the third. There's reasons why they want to do things. And then there's also a counterbalance. Um, there is a small group of people called the longmen, and these are basically what they're able to do is whenever the longmen are called on, that means we're going to war. And the longmen's ability is they can turn their bodies into weapons and vehicles. And there's only a small group of them, and they live for a very, very long time. But they are loyal to whoever's king. So they protect the king, but they don't live near the king. They live in their own little land. There's also a group of feral animals that live in the swamplands. They live kind of like under the mountains. And the leader of the people of this, they're not people, they're dinosaurs basically. But even though the majority of them are reptilian, they live in a swampland. Nothing can go down into a swampland. A human can't go into the swampland. So there's only one individual that can go down there that's not one of them. And this is an individual that lives 200 years. And he helps control all the animosity of the land. Because if there is a major war that starts in the land itself will eat up whatever tribe started the war. So he's kind of hatched, you know what I mean? And everybody knows who he is. And so he goes down to talk to these creatures that live in a swamp because he's the best there is. He's the number one fighter. No one can beat him. But there are fighters that like to challenge him because they don't believe he is what he is until he comes to see you. But he went down there because he knows that they have also a beef with the king. So his name is, the head dinosaur, kind of like a T-Rex, but not with little stubby arms. He has his whole chest is full of knives. He wears them like a chain, and he throws them. But he's this huge creature. He's not even the biggest one. But there are other creatures that look like him, and each dinosaur race that's born down there is all born with a number. That's because the T-Rexes can't go and eat all the smaller animals. You know what I mean? So there's a natural balance to everything. So they become friends with each. There's a food order and there's a marching order. So he may be friends with something that's very, very small, but it's on his army. And when he marches out, he takes the group of them because they all have numbers on them, and their numbers are called, their army is called the 629s. So an alligator can be friends with a toad, but they're all on the same army. And the 629s, so when the 629s go marching, there's a bunch of reptiles that come pouring out of the swamp. But the leader is called Shigosugai. Shigosugai challenged this spiritual being. And so they got into a fight, and basically the spiritual being injured Shigosugai permanently because he challenged him. And so Shigosugai walks with a limp, but he's still lethal. And then there's the Ice Land. The Ice Land has a king. Well, he's not a king, but he is the ruler of this Iceland. And I talk about him and how angry he is, but the reason why he's angry is because he has a son that is missing. And his son, I have a whole book I'm gonna write about his son. It's called The Lost Son of Caledonia. And his son, they have abilities, but his son's ability is he can disappear. Well, he can camouflage himself, but basically he can disappear. But you can still smell him if your scent is right. He is a spy. The reason why he left is because he went to spy on the 629s because he know they're planning to come and try to kill the king of Heian. So what he did was he crawled up a wall and he was on the wall while there was a secret meeting between Shigosu Guy and I forgot who else he was talking to. And Shigosu Guy was like, wait a minute, like I know somebody's here. And he just stopped and he took one of his knives and he slung it out the wall and it almost hit old boy, but he still didn't move. And Shigosu Guy's looking like I know something's there, I just can't see it. Anyway, so they had their meeting, and so they think that this prince is lost, but he's not lost. He actually went on a secret mission because he knows that something's up, and he doesn't trust Shigosu Guy at all. And he's like, I know there's a major conflict happening, and I can't tell my father. And he also couldn't tell his brother, which hurt his brother. So he just left out of Kowloon and went into the swamp. He didn't go into the swamplands. He went to the secret meeting that he found out about. So the book is very intricate. It's just that I'm not a great, my penmanship is not the best. Tone go get with 50 Cent and give him a script. You're dropping so dope. Yeah, the whole book is interesting. I get into what the birds look like and what they can do, and all this other stuff. So I put a lot of thought into it, and I copywrote a lot of names too. So it all hit me. I was like really depressed one year because I got fired. I was broke as hell. So I was just, I didn't want to come outside, and then I just heard, there once was a king name, and I just kept hearing that voice, and so I went in my living room and I just started writing, and out came this book. I just wrote it down. That's back in 2009. So it is here, and one of these days somebody will do something with it. But yeah, it's an interesting book. Lots of characters. I even had a dream about one of the characters and how he turned bad. And it's the spiritual character. I think his name is is it Shigosu Guy? That's not Shigosu Guy. It's I forgot the dude's name. But he's the spiritual being that lives for 200 years and dies automatically. Basically, what happened was he goes around and takes all the malice out of the army leaders. So if two tribes are big enough and they can destroy part of the land, he will go and talk to the two leaders, to the two warring leaders. He'll be like, listen, you guys, cut this nonsense out. If you don't, the land is going to swallow up your whole tribe. But you got some animals and some people that are just hard-headed. So he is the land creates him so he can go and he can actually take the malice out of you. Nobody can beat him in a one-on-one. But he can actually take the malice right out of you and then go on about his day. Well, he got tricked. Some warring factions were just like, we know what he can do, and he'll show up if we get ready to go to war. So they created all this malice energy, and it went into him, and then he was the one that started the war. He started a nationwide war because he was so full of everybody else's malice and anger, and he set everything ablaze. But that's like in book 3, you know what I mean? Book 3, book 4. No, I think it's even further than that. I think that's actually book 6. book 5, and then 6 is where it all ends. But yeah, so he starts this huge war, and I actually had a dream about him, so I was like, oh, that's pretty dope. But yeah, so I think anybody who reads it will like it because it's just not a bunch of fighting and people fighting for no reason. It's politics in it, and there's mystery in it. There's love. There's no sex, but there are people. There are characters in it that you're like, what happened to this character, and blah blah blah, and so there's a lot of mystery into it, that we all love. And there's trickery into it, and people having their own agendas and stuff like that. And so it's just this is an interesting take on some things. And yeah, I wrote it down, and I have it in my head. I think you guys will enjoy it. I might have to podcast it or something. I'll find a way to get it out there. It won't surprise anybody, but go ahead. Can you be rude? I can be rude back. I don't understand. Are you sure you don't want a child? I can't end with you, Tone. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it can't end with me, so my child must. Oh, okay. Well, for one, I have a child. She's a stargazer. She's an artist, actually. Last night, so lost my heart. Just write something corny for now. Okay. Okay. I like the 920. I tried to say goodbye. Let's stop right there. I tried to say goodbye. I'm stuck right there. I need to ponder. I tried to say goodbye. Everybody's gone. Thanks for stopping by. Last night, I tried to say goodbye. I tried to say goodbye. I tried to say goodbye. Oh, I could do that. I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves and open sky. I tried to. Okay. I tried to say goodbye to falling leaves in the open sky. To falling leaves. Let me say something. Call it a night tone. Nah, I'm gonna keep writing. I'm in the zone. Even if nobody's here, I'm gonna keep going. You don't see that. When you're in the zone, you don't. It doesn't matter who's here. You keep going. You get as much of it as you can because you don't know when it's coming back. It's a gift. That's what you do. I tried to say goodbye to falling leaves in the open sky. Last night, last night, last time I told a lie across my heart. Never see the day that you walk away. I tried to say goodbye to falling leaves in the open sky. So I gotta make this work. It's like when you mop the floor, You mop towards the exit, right? See, sometimes when you mop the floor, you realize I mopped myself in a corner. I gotta walk over what I just did. The same thing as writing. You start writing, you gotta make sure you write an exit so everything is congruent. So the listener goes, that makes sense. You know? And sometimes you don't want to make sense. Like the lyric, all of my friends are turning green. What does that mean? But nonetheless, it's in a popular song. Yeah, this is the way you gotta write. You gotta write with congruency. You gotta make it digestible. This is why The Cat in the Hat was so popular. Dr. Seuss. Because everything was simple and plain and digestible. It's why 80s music was so beautiful, because it was digestible. Everybody understood bang your head, mental health would drive you mad. Everybody understood I can't drive 55. Everybody understood, Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't come home right now. Me and the boys are playing. Just a few more hours. And I'll be right home to you. Beth, I hear you calling, but what can I do? That song was made by Kiss, a rock and roll band. But it's one of the only slow ballads you ever hear him sing. And the drummer sang it. Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't come home right now. Me and the boys are playing. You gotta write with congruency. See, it's an art. It's raining. Last night, I told a lie across my. And when you sing, you gotta sing with purpose. You can't sing just to be singing. You gotta sing like you're in the moment. You have to become the song. So when the listener hears it, they can feel the spirit that's coming from it. Like, oh my God, I know that feeling. And then once somebody feels the song, they'll constantly listen to it. Why? Because it's digestible. They can identify with it. This is why people turn on music when they drive. They listen to a particular type of music. Gangsters don't listen to happy music when they're getting ready to go blow somebody's head off. They don't get in their stolen vehicle and go, ding-a-ding-ding-ding, a-don-a-ding-a-don-a-ding, making my way downtown. They don't do that. They get in their car and they listen to something about killing. And it ramps them up and then they go kill. People on their way to the job don't listen to gangster rap music too much because they're going to take that into the job with them. Yeah, so you listen to songs that's going to pick you up. Lift me up when I'm falling. Lift me up. Oh, oh. Yeah, you listen to that on the way to work. You know what I'm saying? Lift me up. Oh, oh. You know what I'm saying? You want to listen to that on the way to work. You don't want to listen to death metal and then go into the office job, you know, all amped up, ready to slap Susan for eating your donut. You don't want to do that. You'll lose your job. Yeah, you got to listen to good listening music. You know, you got to find yourself a good channel. It's Power 97.8, The Wish. You know what I mean? Listen to some wholesome music. You know what I'm saying? It's Power 97.8 on The Wish. On the river. That's what you do. So yeah, last time I told a lie, cross my heart and I hope that I never see the day that you would walk away. I tried to say goodbye to the fallen leaves in the open sky. Uh, oh, all the leaves in the open sky. The stars are new, said I was away. And the stars that knew my name. Jeez. I wonder how this is gonna sound. Alright, let's see how this is gonna sound. Hardaway is working out and getting buff for the ladies. He's a single man. Hardaway's a single man. He's getting buff. Last night, told the line. Hardaway's getting buff for the ladies. Last time, told the line. Crossed my heart and I hope that I would never see you again. That you would walk away. I tried to say goodbye to the fallen leaves in the open skies. Stars are doing my thing. Said I was afraid. Gotta take a breath. I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves in the open skies and stars that knew my name and said I was to blame. It seems I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves in the open skies and stars that knew my name and said I was to blame. I see. Let me try that. Hardaway's getting buff for the ladies. It's the ladies' man. That's practicing. Last time I told him I crossed my heart and I hope that I messed up. For the ladies, it's Hardaway. Buff and ready. Get buff, man. Last time I told him I crossed my heart and I hope that I would never see you again. That you would walk away. I tried to say goodbye to all the leaves in the open skies and stars up in my name. Said I was away. It's kind of working. I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves in the open skies and stars that knew my name and said I was to blame. I gotta drag that out. And stars that knew my name and said I was to blame. I see. That I was to blame. Okay, I like it. It's Hardaway. Hardaway's getting buff, man. He ain't playing with nobody. I don't blame you, brother. Get strong. Get strong on him, brother. Try to do this in one miserable take. It's gonna suck. But last time I told a lie across my heart, and I hope that I would never see the day that you would walk away. I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves in the open skies and stars that knew my name and said I was to blame. One take, Toad. It's one take, Toad. Oh, I did it. I have to warm it up. Well, of course, she's always warm it up. Let me warm it up for you, baby. 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 Let me warm it up for you. Baby. Baby, let me warm up my voice. Water. Kind of water. I got water. They said I was the blame. It's me. Okay. Need some of that in here. I forgot my next lyrics. Last time I told a lie, across my heart, and hope that I would never see you again, that you walk away. I tried to say goodbye, fall leaves in the open skies and stars I knew my name, and said I was to blame. Said I was to blame. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Warming my voice up. Do, ha, di, a thing, Ray, a drop of golden sun. A name I call myself. Far, a long, long way to run. Me a drink. Something like that? She a drink with jamming. No? All of it that will bring us back to Do, 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 do. Are we good? Are we okay? All right. I hate to go all Julia Andrews on you, but hate to get all Von Trapp family on you, but you be asking for it. I had to go all the way to Austria for that one. Hate to do it. Hate to get all Von Trapp on you, but I'll do it. I'll go Von Trapp family. The hills are alive with the sound of music. No, you don't want that. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. What? None of Maria. Maria. You don't want none of me and Maria and the nuns. You don't want it. You don't want the nuns. All right. Last night, so did I. All right. Cross my heart and I hope never see the day that you will walk away. I tried to say goodbye to fallen leaves in the open sky and the stars that knew my name and said I was the blame. Should I go into a chorus after that? Last night I told a lie, crossed my heart and hope that I would never see you again, that you would walk away. I tried to say goodbye to all the leaves on your side, stars I never seen, said I was afraid. You better stick by me. We lived, we fell in love. Ooh, trying to. Are you familiar? Halo, Halo. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Halo. I suck at singing a Beyonce song. She does a lot of falsetto. She has a lot of voice control. We lived, fell in love, had a dream. We lived, I fell in love, had a dream. Oh, damn. We lived, I fell in love. Yeah. We lived, I fell in love, had. That's just wrong. I had a dream and you had enough. Oh. Okay, now I see what this is about. This is about a man who loved a woman that didn't love him. She loved him ish. So I had this happen to me before. I had a woman that loved me ish. She loved only a part of me, but she didn't love all of me. But I loved all of her. So she loved ish me. She itched. I love. She'd be like, I love you, but she'd only give me this part of her heart, just this little part right here. But the rest of it was somewhere else. I sprained my wrist lifting weights. All right. We lived, fell in love, had a dream, had enough. Natalie, you should write a song. You should write a song called I'll Slap Your Ass Around. Last night, I told me love, crossed my heart, and I hope that I would never see again. But you walked away. I tried to say goodbye, only when the open sky, stars that knew my name, said I was to blame. You should write a song called I'll Slap Your Ass Around. Ching, chicka, ching, chicka, ching, chicka, ching, 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 chicka, ching, chicka, bang, ching, 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 ching. I'll slap your ass around if you step on my shoes. Just wanna tell you the great news that I'll slap your ass around. I will slap you down into the ground. I'll slap your ass around. I'm just messing. Oh wow, that's negative. It's negative. Is that negative? Really? Really? You didn't know? I don't think it's negative. I think it's positive reinforcements. You know, when that girl hit you in school and you slapped her, did she do it again? Something positive came out of that, right? She didn't do it again. It was over. What are you talking about? Negative. You're looking at things wrong, Matt Guy. You're looking at it wrong. I'll slap your ass around. Don't look at it like that. We never fell in love. I had a dream. Last time too long. Crossed my heart. I hope that I never see you again. But you walk away. I tried to say goodbye. All the leaves on the signs and saw the new rain. And said I was to blame. We lived, fell in love, had a dream, had enough. Yeah, I like it. Woo! We lived, fell in love. I know a woman like this. I remember the last time I saw her. She wasn't mean. She just wasn't mine. Crazy woman though. She kept coming back. And she'd leave. And she'd come back. I never understood it. We lived, I fell in love. I had a dream and you had enough. I haven't talked to her in like 15 years. Last communication was by email. She just left. One day she just picked up and left. I wasn't upset that she left. She didn't leave me. She wasn't living with me. She just left town. I was used to it. We lived, I fell in love. I had a dream and you had enough. Huh. It's the us. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We lived, I had enough. Never, yeah. I never was. Yeah. Oh. Oh, this is me being kind of sad but happy that she left. Yeah, I felt like that. Yeah, I was sad but happy. Yeah, I wasn't happy. I was kind of like, cool. Like, all right, you left again. She would pop up every few years. Yeah. She'd pop up to my house. She would find me. Even when I moved out of town, she found me. She would just find me. Show up. Like, tell me she loves me. Jump in bed with me. And then disappear again. Last time she told me crossed my heart. I never see anything that you would walk away. I tried to set you up. The fall leaves in your skies. The stars are never said I wasn't playing. We lived, never loved. I had a dream. Yeah, yeah. So the whole fallen leaves and open skies is I couldn't understand why she kept coming back and I'd be like what's going on? So I understand what I'm writing here. I just was trying to fix this other part. Said I was to blame. And this is the second verse. We lived, I fell in love. I had a dream, but you had enough. And that's when she started leaving. She just didn't want to be with me. We lived, I fell in love. I had a dream. Huh, I don't have anything else for right now. I'm done. So tell me about your dream, or are you gonna call me at 1 o'clock in the morning and tell me about it? You gotta call me and say, "Hey, Tyler, am I bothering you? I'm sorry. Am I, got, I mean, am I bothering you? Are you sleeping? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, are you sleeping? You weren't sleeping, right? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Look, you never guess what happened in my dream. Come on, tell me about your dream. Tell me now. I know you had an asinine dream, so tell me what happened. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do this time? What woman did I? What woman did I corrupt? Hmm. I'm innocent in this one. Thank goodness. What happened? What happened in this one? I didn't corrupt anybody. No. I'm always doing something wrong in your dream. Elmo was in the dream, but I was there. What happened? We were dating and Elmo came out of nowhere, didn't he? He saw you had somebody. He was like, "That's my woman. That's mine." That you gotta get on over here, Natalie. I'm some kind of you better get over here. Fried chicken. Uh-oh. Well, I know you didn't call on me. See? Don't tell me you hit him with that right cross, didn't you? You hit him with that eclectic you get. You hit him with that right cross. Hadouken. So where was I at? I was in the office with my blue shirt on and beautiful tie on. Cool ass slacks and a nice pair of wingtips. Yeah, he wanted some of that old thing back. And I was just sitting there looking at y'all. Secret lovers. He's mad at me, wasn't he? He's like, you want that over there, don't you? You want that's who you want, Daddy. You been over deep, but one but me, but no one more. I got to keep up the move, baby. Oh, I said something about January. Oh, okay. So you two were fighting and I did nothing. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool too. I was like, now we about to beat this dude up. Oh, look at here, look at here. Well, what happens in January? What in the frocks and the bug happens in January? I don't know. But you don't know who Fracks and the Bug is. You have to be a real cartoon head to know who Fracks and the Bug is. Or gotta be a real cartoon head to know the secret greeting of the Autobots or any bot, especially, the secret greeting of the Junkacons, a race of Autobots that lives in the junk. They have a secret greeting, and I'm going to tell you because you're the only person here. And one day you might meet a Junkacon. You might need to know the secret greeting in order so they don't, beat you up. All right, you're just going to have to call me on that one because I'm about to get off. But I'm going to give you this one for free. This is the secret greeting of the Junkacons. Matter of fact, let me look it up to make sure I'm right. Let me see if they have it. Oh, yeah. There it is. Let me see if they got it. The Jungacons that race the Transformers and the canon that inhabit the planetoid known as Jungacon, depending on the universe and historical origin, may be unclear, but they are indeed descendants of Cybertronians. They have a unique physiology, and seem they made of little more than the same rusty scraps of trash and metal composed them. Get to it. What is the greeting? They are expert mechanics, of course they are. Juggercons. The speech, oh my God, the way they talk, it's just beautiful. Hodgepodge of television and radio clips. I love the Juggercons. Oh my God, are you gonna get to it? Okay. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and Allied Friends. And they are protective of humans. They are very protective of humans. Also, they even come in contact with the other vegetarians. Can be known as some of the best scrap metal mechanics. So, those that help you. This guy, they don't think it has it just. They don't. Juggercons don't need help. Juggercons are help. Spare parts. We'll fix them. It doesn't say in here. It doesn't say the universal greeting. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. There it is. Bow we ground now. We ninny bum. Is used as a means to express goodwill towards alien beings when a language barrier is present. However, it doesn't always work that way. That's what it is. It's bow wheat ground now, wheat ninny bum. And now you know that is the secret language of the Transformers. So if you ever meet a Transformer or a Transformer, a transforming, loving humanoid, just say, bow wheat ground now, wheat ninny bum. And he'll go, oh, okay. That means you come in peace. That's what it means. Bow wheat ground now, wheat ninny bum. Bow wheat ground now, wheat ninny bum. That is some nerding out for you. Last time I told a lie across my heart and I hope that I will never see you again. That you walk away. I tried to say goodbye to all the leaves in the open skies and stars I knew were me. It said I was to blame. We lived down alone. I had a dream that you had love. We lived, fell in love. I had a dream, and you had enough. But you were gone again. You were gone again, a broken dream that never ends. And now the chorus. Is Hardaway back? I don't know. Broken dream that never ends. And then the chorus. Chorus! I read on this time. Last night, told a lie, crossed my heart and hoped that I would never see you again. But you walked away. I tried to say goodbye to all the leaves in the open skies and stars that knew the rain. And said I was afraid. We've been never loved, never dreamed I had enough. You were gone again. A broken dream that never ends. A broken dream that never ends. I told the stars that I am writing. I am writing. Oh. I told the stars that I told the stars that I'm a man and not supposed to cry. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man snoring. He went to bed and bumped his head. Couldn't get up in the morning. What happened to that old guy? It rained, it poured, he snored, he went to bed, he bumped his head, he couldn't get up. And did he die? Is that what happened to him? You know, most fairy tales were written about kings and queens. Most of the songs, Old Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating a porch. You know that was written about the queen? This is the way they talked about them without getting their heads cut off. That's what they did. They would write it in the song and talk about them. I don't know. But that's what they would do. They would write these, little ditties, and everybody would go around singing them, but they were really talking about the king and queen. Have you seen the Game of Thrones? Anyways, so the queen, Cersei, was being entertained by a jester, a singing jester, and he was singing, and he said something about the lion in my bed, and he was talking about her because she's a Lannister, and Lannisters and lions. That's their sigil. But he was talking bad about her, and somebody heard him singing the song and they brought him before her. So he made up this whole ditty about her, and then somebody heard it and was like, go ahead and sing that for the queen. It's like, no, they were like, yeah, we're going to cut your throat if you don't. Well, he goes for the queen and 500 people in there, of course, her soldiers, and she's sitting there and she's listening to it. And the song was about her husband, Robert Baratheon, who died. And he was talking about how much he hated the lion in his bed, which was Queen Cersei. So she said, that's a beautiful story. Then she looked at one of her guards. His name was Sir Ilum. Sir Ilum had his tongue cut out because he talked about a king that also died. He talked about a king, and the king had his tongue cut out. And she says Sir Ilum, whose name was Sir Ilum Payne. And Sir Ilum looked at him, and then they grabbed the jester, and then Sir Ilum cut his tongue out. They let him live, they just cut his tongue out. This is something that kings and queens used to actually do to people who wrote these little ditties, and once they found out it was about them, they would do stuff like this. Yeah. Game of Thrones is actually a historical tale. It's not made up. All he did was take the stories, the true stories of kings and queens, European kings and queens, and then they made this, added on stuff to it. But, yeah. Yeah. Game of Thrones is a good, it's good stuff. I was enthralled. Last time I told a lie across my heart, and I hope that I will never see you again. But you walk away. I tried to say goodbye, falling leaves in the open skies, the stars that knew my name, said I was to blame. I lived and I we lived, we lived, we lived, we lived, fell in love. I had a dream and you had enough. Then you were gone and you were gone again. A broken dream that never ends. And you were gone again. A broken dream that never ends. I told the stars that a man is not supposed to cry. For me, I told the stars that a man is not supposed to cry. And go back to I'm gonna use a relief reference because leaves fall, tears fall. You want it one time, don't you? All right, one time, just once. I told the stars that I am not supposed to cry. But falling tears and falling leaves. It's hard to think, falling leaves. I'm not supposed to cry. But falling tears, fallen leaves and tears are all the same. We lived, fell in love, had a dream, and you had enough. And you would go again, a broken dream never ends. I told the stars that I'm a man and I supposed to pray. All the leaves and falling tears. I don't know what's that. Falling leaves and tears. Falling leaves, falling tears. Falling leaves, falling tears. I don't know. At one time. I gotta release this song soon anyway. I don't even think it's finished. I think it's, well, it's done now. Girl, I got nothing as far as I can tell. You took my love for granted. I'm just an empty shell. You have no rivalries, no grudges, no remorse. We both can make decisions, and so I made one for us. I'm thinking I'm done. I'm thinking I'm done. I'm thinking I'm done. Thinking I'm done. I'm thinking I'm done. Thinking I'm done. Okay. You had what's it name? this for too long, too long. I'm done, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone, baby, get down, do it, It was fun while I see me up, all the time. I hope it makes you cry. But now I'm saying goodbye. I'm thinking I'm done, 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 I'm thinking I'm done, thinking I'm done, I'm gone. I've been like this for too long, too long. Get down. Thinking I'm down, thinking I'm down, I'm down. I've been like this for too long, too long, too long. Get down. Yeah, I'm gone. I've been like this for too long. Girl, I'm thinking I gotta fix all the vocals on this. I'm gonna leave. What else do you want to hear? Come on, let's go. I'm thinking I'm gone. I'm gonna leave. And I'm gone. No, that's not all. What else you want? And now I'm saying goodbye. I'm gonna leave. And I'm done. I'm thinking. I just like the beat. The beat's just hard to me, but can you hear the finality in it? I'm thinking I'm done. I'm thinking I'm done. I'm thinking I'm done. It's like the beat. I'm playing the beat. All of this is incredibly too loud. Yeah, the fed upness. That beat is rocking. That beat is rocking. It was fun while it lasted. I gotta fix some vocals on it. It was fun while it lasted. And I I'm not gonna go to bed. Well, I'll lay in bed, but you know that ooh sound? That's just a choir. It's a choir sound. It's the African choir sound in the back. That's what this is. Ooh. That's what that is. I just love that sound. Oh, I think I'm gonna choose another song. I've been at this for too long. I know it's beautiful, isn't it? I was like, oh, it's nice. I hope he makes you happy. I hope he makes you cry. And I'm saying goodbye. I'm thinking I'm done. Thinking I'm done. I'm gone. I've been there. Ding, 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 bang, bang. Done. Here's another song you are crazy about. Here's another song you're nuts about. Got another song on here that you're got a thing for. I'm thinking I'm done. Thinking I'm... What's one of the other songs that you got to think for? Other than Make Things Up. Make Things Up is starting to get some traction. People are starting to use it. Oh, yeah. You better find another way. That song ain't finished, though, but I can finish that in a heartbeat. It's gonna go the other way with your feelings on display. You like that song because you know somebody's talking to you. All that mouth you got, you like, I know that is somebody talking to me. Mm, I just want to tell this nigga off so good. I just. I just want to tell this Negro off so bad. I'm not going to do it. It's hard for you ladies to shut the hell up. It's hard for women to just shut up. Just don't say anything. Can't do it. I was watching this this blog, these bloggers, whatever, and one girl was on there, with guys. She's like, "Listen, I know how to shut the hell up." They was like, "Shut the hell up," then. She stopped talking. She said, "Look, I know how to cook, I know how to clean, I know how to screw, and I know how to shut the hell up." They said, "Well, shut the hell up," then. She stopped talking. Well, that's good. Some women are so combative. Some women are so combative that they can't help it. They can't help but to be combative. They just want to fight. It's like, you want to fight so bad. can't find the damn thing. I want to fight so bad. Like, I just want to fight. One girl told me, she said, let's argue. I was like, what? She's like, let's argue. I was like, excuse me? I don't want to argue. Let's get loud, get mad, and screw. It's like, nah, I'm good. And this one's for you, Natalie Galaxy. You can call me anytime you want to. Expect me to jump when you want something. If you can help me, give me a selfish, and I won't respond. I'll just keep on going on. Is it something you want to say? You better find another way. Put your feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. Is there something you want to say? You better find another way. Put your feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. You don't think I pay attention. You're in my ear. I'm always listening. I can do more than two things at one time. You don't talk to me the way I talk to you, then we'll be fine. Is it something you want to see? You better find another way. It's gonna go the other way. Is it something you want to see? You better find another way. Your feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. I've been believing finding another way to communicate, or we're gonna find ourselves in another relationship, or we better find out another way to communicate, or we're gonna find ourselves in another relationship. Man, is it something you want to say? You better find another way. With no feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. If there's something you want to say, you better find another way. With no feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. It's gonna go the other way. End the song. Yeah, that's it. It's a little short something. You don't pay attention. You're in my ear. I'm always listening. Yeah, I can do more than two things at one time. You talk to me the way I talk to you, then we'll be fine. Is it something you want to see? You better find another way. Your feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. Is it something you want to see? You better find another way. With your feelings on display. It's gonna go the other way. It's gonna go the other way. Believe in finding another way to communicate, or we're gonna find ourselves in another relationship. Just jamitude. Just jam it to. You know what I realized about myself, Miley? Say something. I realized that I have way too much jam-maliciousness in me. I do. And it can't be quantified. I can't look at the jam-maliciousness that I entail and try to quantify it. I can't do it. Okay. I try to explain it to others, but they just don't get it. Damn, why do I need to move? I need to move? You need to go somewhere all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, you need to move? Well, I don't have a lot of money. That's why I live in Ohio. This has always been the reason why I've been here. The low cost of living. I cannot pay loads and loads in rent and rent. Oh yeah, what do we want to hear next? I have to finish writing this song. Are all your bridges falling? I actually wrote this about one of my listeners. And I actually have a full song about her too. She was something. She was something. She really got bitter with me. Over the internet. She was bitter. Here we go. Get down. Rhythm to the beat. Yeah. She got upset with me. So I started writing songs about her. I was like, I'm gonna write a song about you. I just started writing about her. She got mad as hell. I got one song called Leave Me Alone. Why can't you leave me alone? She's mad as fire. I did a Taylor Swift on her. Until the day I found another girl, I tried to bring this up, but I couldn't get someone down. I'm listening. Oh, why you are down? I understand. This is your pain. Since you got it, no one can. You're gonna be on the phone. Are you mad 'cause I don't want you now? Uh, uh. I don't have a second verse yet. Uh, give it, get down. Uh, uh, uh. Hey, uh, uh, uh. That's not my shoulder action right there. Are all your bridges falling down? I need to finish that song. Are you mad 'cause I don't want you now? Why do y'all do that? Y'all don't want somebody until somebody else wants them. Why? I don't get it. I ain't hurt nobody. Nobody's running around here hurt. Well, there's one person. She's kind of, she's all right though. Uh, get down. Uh, get down. Uh. Why can't you just leave me alone? Why can't you? I gotta finish writing the lyrics to it. But this song has a lot of chill to it. Hey, get down. That bass line though. That bass line. That bass line though. Yeah. Yeah, that bass line. I ain't gonna tell nobody. That bass line though. That bass. No bass line. That bass. No bass line? My bad, no bass line. He's a bass line! Get some bass line anyway around here. Giving away free bass line. Break it down. We give away free bass line around here. Why can't you just... But it was a faster song. I think why can't you... Why can't you I like it. It has jamification. Why can't you just... Why can't you get away? So what you gonna do tomorrow, Matt? What you got planned? Gonna go outside, go for a jog, go for a run, loosen them legs up a little bit. Run around the lake. Go run around the lake. A little jog going on, Matt? No jog. All right. Jog. Jog past the neighbors. Hey neighbor. Hey neighbor. Look at the neighbor with contempt. Buying vegetables. What do you got? What kind of vegetables? You need apples. Those are fruits, but yeah. I just ate some pears. I got one more left. I got one more pear left. I got one pear left. But I got 2 bananas. And I got 2 boxes of oatmeal. Don't talk to strangers. Trying to look for my songs. Natalie. Get back to that. So, yeah, man. Have you ever been a lot because you wanted to? Well, Matt, what's your favorite hobby? Don't say your name too loud. You want me to whisper it? Well, Matt. I work better if I had a violin. Natalie. Hit you with some of that. Natalie. I'm not going outside today. And the drive, and expresses us is down. I guess I walked around and I should I'm gonna say that somebody else is past the border. Where did it all go wrong? Why was it take too long? Why did it end this way? Where did it all go wrong? Why was it take too long? How did we get this crazy? Drawing's good therapy. Landlord said if you can't afford it, go ahead and leave. I don't care. I guess somebody big inside, big in lines, and half the wage and twice the eyes. So where did it all go wrong? How did it get this way? Where did it all go wrong? How did it get this way? Drawing's good for you. Politicians they could fix this if they tried. So I'm not sure I'm voting for you. Cause the last time I stood in line, they counted yours and didn't mine. So How did it get this way? Where did it all go wrong? How did it get this way? Where did it all go wrong? How did it get this way? A homegirl and a friend? I'm gonna let Hardaway handle this one. That's my yes across the board. Where did we go? What is the difference between a friend and a homegirl? What is a DJ if you can't scratch? The difference between a friend and a homegirl. Homegirls, huh? Well, I want to read what you say about this one, brother. The Lord said, enlighten me on homegirlism. What is this skidhow on the skidoosh, on the skidilly boo bang? Not really a huge difference, but you gotta really be careful on who you call either one. Facts on facts on facts. A homegirl, let me tell you something about a homegirl. Homegirl, you grew up with her. She's somebody you knew from the beginning. You all grew up together. You knew you could bang her, and if you couldn't, you know her brothers. You know if she's bangable. If the coochie's off limits, you know. That's usually the homegirl. And sometimes, you know, one of you in the crew done hit her. Sometimes she got a dude, and you leave her alone because of that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes she's the cool chick in the guy group, and that's the homegirl. But somebody smashed her. She ain't coming around too much if somebody ain't smashed or somebody ain't trying to smash her. Somebody tried to get the draws, and she knows it. But she's able to hang around because one dude has established, I got the draws, and everybody else knows, don't go for it. So it's respect around everybody else because this dude is messing with her. So she can come around as long as he's around and as long as they're together. She's like the homegirl. She's the cool one. But if they break up or if he ain't smashing her no more, not unless she's unattractive, then eventually somebody else is going to get on her. But she's still protected. That's another thing about the homegirl. She's protected. The friend is somebody you could meet any day. You could know her for a month. You could know her for, 10 years. You know what I'm saying? But she's, when she becomes friend, she's friend. But she's not off limits by any standards. Now, she may think she's off limits, and she'll try to put you in a friend zone, and that's her mistake. Not unless she's unattractive. But if she's attractive, somebody's gonna try to knock her. You know, not there's got to be something to let the guys know that this is not possible coochie. And there's just like I said, it's another dude doesn't mess with her, and we're all cool with him. We don't want no problems. Or she's got some brothers that are crazy, but if she does, she can't. If she got family that's nuts, she can't really hang around us because we don't want that dude coming around messing things up. So there's something, you know. But which one is more important? I say the homegirl you're more comfortable with. The friend, they come and go. But the girl you grew up knowing, she to me, she's more important than the friend. Yeah. Yeah, from a guy's perspective. Yeah, she wants to know from a man's perspective. That's the way I look. The homegirl you grew up with. As long as she knows who she is, she don't come with the stupid. I hate when girls get a case of the stupids. You know what this is. Don't get a case of the stupids because the stupids will get you, you'll become an exodite. That's what the stupids will get you. Oh, you ain't know that D was crazy. You ain't know that your cousin was a nutcase. And any one of us to say anything out of line, or he thinks that we said out of line, this dude gonna come and shoot up the whole damn block. And now JJ got shot, messing around with your stupid ass. And you ain't know that was gonna happen? Nah, you ain't on it too. You ain't right. Get out of here. You can't come around us no more. Don't come over here. You did what? You're acting stupid. You knew what it was. You came over here. You messed up the whole vibe. Get away from us. We're not having that. Women are often the point of contention, and they know it. Very, very often the point of contention. They're the reason why niggas die. Niggas be dying because of these tricks. Just like Tupac said, nigga get horny, nigga die. That's why you gotta be careful of who you call what. Because a female will get you set right now. She'll be riding with you and texting the homies. Females been getting dudes beat up. They think it's cute until it happened to them. So the niggas ride on them. And they're like, oh, she was a girl. She was a sweet. No, she was setting niggas up. She got what she deserved. Point blank. She was setting niggas up. And the niggas came for that ass. She's a girl. No. She was backdooring niggas. She was backdooring, dudes left and right. Had a record of backdooring people. Putting her face on social media, the backdoor you in a heartbeat. Okay, I'm done messing with this. I can't get it to do what I want. Would you sleep with your homegirl, Hardaway? What? Ooh, That's a good question. If you sleep with the homegirl, she's no longer the homegirl because now feelings are involved. That's a good question, Hardaway. Would you sleep with the homegirl? I don't have any homegirls, but I don't know if you do. Would you sleep with the homegirl? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, see? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That is available procreation. Yeah. Smash her damn guts in. Choke her stupid ass. 100%. Let her know. She'll get to talking at friend stuff. And no, absolutely not. You knew what it was. Oh yeah. You got to display that. Only thing about it is you can't tell anybody. You can't tell the other homeboys, not unless everybody's done it. Not unless all the guys have hit it. But you can't go around bragging because she'll know real quick and you'll never get her again. So if you want, coochie in your back pocket, you keep your mouth shut. Because it's not your girl, it's just your homegirl. Which means when she gets, horny again, she's going to come to you because it's a safe, secure atmosphere. So she's going to run up on you again like, yo, hit me with the, you're like, all right. But you got to be quiet about it. Because if you go and tell the homeboys, you'll never get it. She'll be like, you can't hold water, my G, I'm out. A homegirl is, like I said, there's some stipulations to that. There are stipulations. Yeah, you respect her. Who said anything about hurting her? Ain't nobody trying to hurt the homegirl. No, ain't nobody hurting nobody. But if she, runs up on you with the tig old bitties, I mean, come on now. Because it's available. Because it's there. Listen, the cow jumped over the moon. How many times I gotta keep telling you? We're men. We're men. You're gonna get smashed. Somebody's gonna do it. We may not all want you, but somebody's gonna do it. And they're gonna let everybody know this is mine. I'm smashing this. All right, homie, that's you. But we're men. We're not just gonna be like you can just come around, smelling like fresh groceries and ain't nobody gonna want to eat. I don't know. We're wolves. Nah. We are wolves. We want what we want. And we know that our opportunities come few and far between the older we get. We know this. Yeah, we know this. Yeah, the older you get, the less coochie you get, the less opportunity you get to put, a baby in somebody. Yeah. Less opportunity you get. I mean, so what happens? You capitalize on your opportunities. until and then when you're not, you can't do that anymore. That's it. It doesn't come back to you. That's it. You can't put any babies out here. I mean, that's usually once you get up to like 65 or something, but still, you are enthralled with making men sterile and not want any ass. Yeah, you're on a whole mission of don't look at my butt. I'm not going outside because some guy's gonna look at my butt and want me. You, you need to be about 90 right now. 100%, you're 40. Yeah, you're 40. You're right in there. I get young ladies. I get young ladies hit on me in their 20s. Teenagers be looking at me. I ignore them, but they do. Some young ladies around here be like, and I know you're in high school. I know you're in high school. They just stare at me. I just keep walking. Like I know what it is. You're coming into your zone and you see somebody who's got, a car, he lives in his own spot. I already know what it is. And you'll be doing that all the way up until you find a dude. Women, grown ass women, they see that you got something going on. They're like, yeah, what's up with that? That's just how it is. Nat is in need of a husband. Told her where to go to get one. I told Nat where to go. She wants a square ass husband. I don't want her cookies. There's a few places you can go to get a square ass. I ain't say you was complaining. I'm telling you where to go. I'm telling you where to go. I'm telling you where to go to get yourself a. I'm telling you where to go to get yourself a square. Somebody who's get yourself a dope ass, square ass. Well, hey, listen, everybody will say something that's make people go, what the hell? So you're never gonna get away from that. I'm just saying. I'm telling you where to go. Find yourself a nice square ass white boy. Somebody non-binary or some old goofy stuff like that. Some goofball. Somebody who got, green hair. Looking like a whole circus clown. He'll leave you alone. He'll let you lay up there and do nothing. For a short time. There are men who are like that. They really don't care what their woman does. As long as she's there. I don't care what you do, just stay here. And they'll let you do. I've known some crazy ass married couples She kiss you when you're yeah. She wanted some, but she ain't know how to say it. Yeah, she wanted some, she just wouldn't say it. Her creepy ass. If you did that to her, it'd be a whole thing if you did that. You kissed me when I was asleep. They can do that. You do it, you're a creep. You're creepy. You're being creepy. She don't tell her friends. He kissed me when I was asleep. Check him. He kissed me when I was asleep. Girl, you can call the cops and have him locked up 10 years. Don't come bragging a heartbeat. I kissed him while he was asleep. Oh my God. They can do all kind of atrocious stuff to you. That's a good question. Well, there's only been one. Her longest relationship. There's only been one. Natalie's longest relationship. Her longest relationship is us on the internet. It's been me and you. This is her longest relationship, bro. It's me and you. When I'm not on and we're not talking to Natalie, she's bored as hell. Natalie, what do you do when you're not online? What do you do? It's 11:20. What do you do at 11:20 when you're not online talking to us? It should be good. What do you do? Natalie, we're your boyfriends. We're your boyfriends, Natalie. You didn't know that? Natalie, you ain't know we were your boyfriends? This woman, Natalie, is different. What do you do? Inquiring minds want to know. What do you do, Natalie? What do you do, Natalie? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tell me which one's better. Watching your goofy show We're talking to us. Talking to us. You'd rather be talking to us. All right, man. I'll tell you where your boyfriend's. You don't want to listen. Natalie's a pimp. Can you imagine Natalie being a pimp? Hey, I just want to know. This Natalie's pimp song right here. What? I was going down the street trying to get something to eat. Saw my hoe on the corner like, yo, girl, hanging by the corner stuff. I went into a big chick, she got my dough. I said, what up, trick? She said, what up, pimp? Said, you know what it is? She said, I hit him about 3 times. I got $10 in the bottom 3 now. Not fake. That's what it is. I'm glad he got it. See, that's the biz. Get my money and get my dough. If not going to the liquor store. That's it. That's what it is. I'm glad he got it. See, that's the biz. Never get my hoe, better get my dough. So I can get candy from the liquor store. Come on. See it one time. Come on. Come on, what up? Get that. But Daddy was a pimp. Gonna slap him at it before I go to trigger. Gonna make sure that it gets bigger. This Daddy pimp song right here. The white dude. He's a white dude, wasn't he? Your little white friend? Yeah, he's a white dude, right? Oh, the old dude, the 60-year-old. Finally got a thing for older dudes. Why do you like older men so much? Oh, he's a retired gangster? That's not bad. It's 20 years older than you, that's not bad. How did he die? What happened to him? Come on. Yeah. Let me say something. 3 words to the back. Sail back. Come on now. When you don't slack. That's what you do. It's the attitude. Just don't get up. Don't get down. Don't get up. Don't clap around. But come on. Yeah, that's a rough one right there. That's rough. That is rough. No rhyme or no reason for that. finally find a beat that you like? What? Come on. I do the shit, make this is some West Coast. This have a whole. You know, this is a who is that? Kid Frost. This is some Kid Frost type of. Remember Kid Frost? Put Warren G on this. Warren G and Nate Dogg. Yeah. Oh, Nate Dogg, man. Every little bit of Rico. Was that your dude though, or y'all was just fumbling around? Was that your dude though? Was he a dude, or was he? He was just your friend. So he was just your, he was just, you friend zoned him, right? Yeah, he was your best friend. You friend zoned him. That's still rough, man. Any way it go. Well, yeah, we got that. We already knew that. That's rough, man. That's rough to lose a friend. That's rough, man. Yeah, sorry for your loss. One of my friends just passed. He's a cool dude. He was like he was in his 80s though. Yeah. Y'all know me. Let me go ahead and say this. I went to 1, 2, 3, 3 to 2, 1. My name is Lily Dad. People like to have fun. I'm just bugging out. Well, I mean, that's understandable. That was your dude. That was your dude. I mean, it's understandable. And the dough is for me. Well, that's what I'm saying. That was your dude. That was the homie. That was the best friend. Audio. You trying to replace him, ain't you? You want me to be your best friend? You want me to be your best friend, Matt? Platonic best friend? You want me to be your best friend, Matt? Matt, is that what you want? I can do it long distance. Send a text message every now and then. What up? You doing all right? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Cool. Talk to you next week. do that. That's platonic. You're there, I'm here. Touch you, boom. What up, man? Homie, what's good? I'm saying. I'm saying. You alright? Dog. I hit you with a text like that. Or once every 2 weeks or something like that. I mean, what you doing? Nagging. Boom, nagging. Boom, there it is. Boom, there it is. Nagging said, what up? Peace, fam. Fearless for Christ. I like it. We're just on here congregating, commiserating, not doing anything special. Listening to my boring music. Yeah, man. You know, I'm telling you something. I have been online jamming when nobody was online. Nobody was listening. I'd be on here making music. I have a heart. Why? You know what? May God give me more strength to continue work. Hey, man, brother, I'll take that. Yes, may God give you strength to, and blessings too, brother. Yeah. What? Eat what? Yes, may God give us strength to do good. Blessing. Yes. I love making my little world. I love being in my little world of music. Eating some chicken good. I love being in my little world of music. creation spilling over. You know what I'm saying? Just my little, little whatever. I don't really do too much with them. I write sometimes, but. Me and JD was standing on the street, rocking straight out to a cold, cold beat. Ain't this that 1990s? Jay said, "Fam, what's the plan? Going downtown just to see my man." Man said, "What up, yo? What's the deal?" I said, "Yo, homie, you got the pill." We jumped in the ride, waited outside. That's this type of beat. All I need is some other whatever to it. That's the kind of beat that you heard rocking like. And like this would be a hit back in the day, back in the 90s. Tell me it wouldn't. You don't need to take more of it. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Keep rocking. Scotland Rock had them all. Skip a skip, skip a skip. Run, run DMC. DJ Red Alert. He's this monkey. If I rule the world, we're playing basketball. 1, 2. Y'all know the deal. Listening to us. Listening to us. Watching anime. Actually, anime is a good way to deal. Anime is a good way to deal. It is. Watching anime, that's what she do. Sitting up there watching Naruto. In closed caption. Watching Japanimation. It's Japanimation. Yeah, watching that Japanimation. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. Love some Japanimation. No Japanimation. Maybe you need to go out somewhere and find some people who's like-minded. Go listen to some compa. Yeah! Nothing wrong with that either. Time taken. Why would he be offended by that? Yeah, Nat, get on, hit the road. Where's your next trip, Nat? Where you going? St. Lucia? Where's your next trip? Where you going to? Guantanamo? Oh, that's hard. That's a little hard right there. That's hard right there. That's hard. Get Fat Joe on this one. Lean back. Lean back. Lean back. Get Fat Joe on that one. See what he want to do. We the best. Get nice on this one. trip. Why would advise me to? Why would you advise me to? We wait for you. See, he said he waiting for you. Oh, smoke weed. Okay. You need to start smoking weed. Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah, girl, you need to start smoking weed. Puff pass for that ass. Yeah, take a little hit. Oh, just a little bit, babe. Take a little hit. Yeah. Right upon them juicy lips. Oh, you need to start smoking weed. Relax your mind. Have yourself a good old time. You need to start smoking weed. Just a little bit. That's what you need. With a sip, in a puff, pass for that ass, baby. No, don't start smoking weed. Don't start smoking weed. Don't start smoking. Anything for the summer? I'm not doing anything for the summer. I'm not doing nothing this summer. Not yet. Slapping the hoe, slapping the hoe. When the pussy down, when it's slapping the dough. You know when you knocking the dough. What the hell did you come in here for? I'm slapping the hoe. I can't talk like that. Chick bang. Show chick bang. I was chick bang. Don't know the big bang. Bang bong, big bang. Slip down, slip bang. No chick bang. What a chick bang. Bing bong, chick bang. Sound when the game gon' chick bang. Sound when the game gon' chick bang. Wanna hit it with bang with a chick bang. Come on. Big bounce, on chick bang. Went downtown with a chick bang. Chillin' in the club with a chick bang. Come on, with a gentleman's house with a chick bang. Go ahead and do it. Get downtown with a chick bang. Going to the club with a chick bang. Don't tell them. Get to the house with a chick bang. One in your mouth with a chick bang. Yeah. Don't got chick bang. Don't tell your mom about chick bang. Don't tell your daddy got chick bang. Don't tell your grandma chick bang. No, not me. Tell me got chick bang. Eat. chick, chick, bang. All right, come on. Police say you ain't got a chick, chick, bang. Girl. Don't nobody want chick, chick, bang. Ah. Good night, Natalie. Good tidings to you. And sleep well, young Natalie. All right. You know, bang, chick, chick, bang. All about know about chick, chick, bang. Yeah. Chillin' in your house with chick, chick, bang. Went downtown with chick, chick, bang. We hope both our summers are great. Well, I hope yours is splendiferous. I hope you have a magnificent summer, full of wonderment. Chilling in the house with chick, chick, bang. Got it in your mouth with chick, chick, bang. Going chick, chick, bang. Where you going? You saying farewell to us like you never gonna talk to us again. Daddy in the house with a chick, chick, bang. Then out the house with a chick, chick, bang. Jumping in the car with a click, click, bang. Who you gonna see with a click, click, bang? Oh, somebody gonna be a click, click, bang. Yeah, she's coming back with a click, click, bang. Oh, don't you tell your mama about the click, click, bang. All right. Gonna tell your dad about a click, click, bang. Oh, don't tell him about a click, click, bang. Bum, 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 bum. Don't kick it on, bum, bum. You have to do something by the end of July. I don't know yet. Something like what? You have to do something what? Your mama kicking you out? Your mama kicking you out? Your mama said, Natalie, you got to do something. Chilling in the house with a click, click, bang. Watch my mouth. Chilling in the house with a click, click, bang. Walking out the house with a click, click, bang. Out in the car, got a click, click, bang. You ain't going far with a click, click, bang. Better watch it out. I'm going to tell somebody about a click, click, bang. What you gonna do, girl? Gotta bring your mouth with the click, click, bang. No, you better stop that. Don't you go and get yourself click, click, bang. Leave it now doing one click, click, bang. Better go and talk about it. What click, click, bang. What a click, click, bang. Okay. Got click, click, bang. What's click, click, bang? What's click, click, bang? Gotta do something by the end of summer, huh? What you gonna do by the end of summer? That guy. What you got planned? Chilling in the house with the click, click, bang. Now they going down with the click, click, bang. Tell the mama got a click, click, bang. Now you got a bang for a click, click, bang. Yeah. Going click, 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 going click, 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 going click, click, on click, on clicking on the click, click, get you on the click, click, on the click, click, going get you going click, click, what you click, click, what you click, click, going get you going click, on clicking on the ground in the house with a click, click, bang. Yeah. Wanna get you going, click, click, bang. Ow! you gonna do? Saying you got to leave. I got to leave. I'll catch you later. Well, bye. Good night, Negro. Now he said, I'm going away. I'm going. It's a Lion song. I'm going away. Sing one of them old Negro spiritual songs. I'm going. I'm going away. I'm going away. She went away. All right. Natalie went away. Hard to lose a friend. Hard to lose a friend. That's nice. It's hard to lose a friend. Oh, Natalie, she's special. So how much you gotta do somebody in the summer? Do what? Gotta get off the bed first. This morning wasn't like the last. I woke up when nobody has. But how did I get here? I followed along the trail of tears. I knew my face, and there you go. And now it seems I'm getting old. I'm sure the night is clear. My walking is no longer here. I lost my love, my loving hand. My go with loving hands. I lost my love, my loving hand. This morning wasn't like the last. I woke up when nobody has. But how did I get here? I followed along the trail of tears. Then in my face, there you go. But now it seems I'm getting old. I sure have made it clear. My welcome is no longer here. I lost my love, my loving man. My home, my go with loving hands. I did the song. I lost my pride, my loving man. My home, my go with loving hands. Going to bed, man, peace. Sleep well, brother. I lost my love, my loving man.